So I would like to welcome everyone who is currently present, and I'm sure more participants will keep joining as we go along the way. Welcome to the webinar program on India-Nepal relations, Reimagining the Partnership, which is jointly organized by the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations, Chanakya University, and the Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement, NICE Nepal, a premier think tank based in Kathmandu. At the outset, I would like to introduce the partnering institutions. The Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations was created to study global affairs from an Indian vantage point. Rooted in the country's strategic culture, its purpose is to inform India's growing international profile and constructive role through original thinking and careful inquiry. Established within the School of Law, Governance and Public Policy at Chanakya University, the chair has a primary focus on Asia, with particular attention to India's neighborhood in South Asia. This is one of the chief reasons for organizing this timely webinar with NICE, as institutional collaborations between the chair and organizations in Nepal are the thrust areas of the chair. Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement is an independent, apolitical, and non-partisan think tank based in Nepal, which believes in freedom, democracy, and a world free from conflict. Uh, NICE envisions a world where sources of insecurity are identified and understood, conflicts are prevented and resolved, and peace is advocated. It was registered under the Companies Act 2006 of Nepal in February 2016. At the outset, I am happy to inform you that we had over 145 online registrations for the webinar until 2nd of August, when unfortunately we had to stop taking in more applications due to overcapacity. In addition to the online participants, we also have a healthy number of students and faculty members of Chanakya University who are joining us physically from one of our discussion rooms at the campus. The chair for this introductory and welcome session is Shri Ashok K. Kanta, the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair Professor of International Relations at Chanakya University. A career diplomat in a career spanning over 38 years, Shri Kanta was the ambassador of India to China from 2014 to 2016. Prior to this, he was Secretary East at the Ministry of External Affairs. His previous assignments include High Commissioner to Sri Lanka, High Commissioner to Malaysia, Joint Secretary East Asia at MEA, the Consul General in Hong Kong, and Deputy Chief of Mission in Nepal. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the other distinguished resource persons who have joined us today, including the chairs and speakers of the various sessions. I would also welcome all the participants who have joined the webinar, who would undoubtedly enrich the dialogue with their remarks as well as comments. I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to NICE Nepal and Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, Research Director at NICE Nepal, along with several other of his colleagues who are associated with the organization. They have helped in coordinating the conduct of this webinar, and we are deeply thankful to them. So without further ado, let me formally begin this webinar program by handing over to Chair Professor Shri Ashok K. Kanta. Sir, over to you for your opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Saurav. Thanks for that introduction. And let me also begin by thanking Dr. Pramod Jaiswal and other colleagues from NICE Nepal for collaborating with us to organize this event, which, as Saurav mentioned, has elicited very good participation, not only in this virtual room, but outside. I believe it's also being streamed. For me, it's particularly gratifying to participate in this event to discuss India-Nepal relations and how to reimagine the partnership between these two countries. Because I have a long and I should say very, very warm association with Nepal, dating back to the period when I was Deputy Chief of Mission in our embassy in Kathmandu, way back from 1997 until 2000, nearly 4 years, in fact, I spent in Kathmandu. Let me, before I sort of lay down contours of the seminar, frame the conversation we are about to have, I would like to say that a few words about Subhash Chandra Bose, Chair of International Relations. something Saurabh has already talked about. But if I could underline, one salient aspect of this chair, its vision, its agenda, it will be that for us, the primary preoccupation is the neighborhood. We want to focus on the neighborhood. We want to reimagine our neighborhood, not just in terms of countries which constitute South Asia and beyond. In our neighborhood, they all have their own identities, their sovereignties. Yet we all share certain bonds which cut across the national boundaries. So how to envisage the idea of neighborhood? That's one. Second preoccupation for us is to develop in India, and if possible beyond India, in other countries of South Asia, neighborhood studies as a separate discipline, quite distinct from area studies, distinct from just a derivative of foreign policy of India or of other countries. I don't want to dwell on that theme much, but it's with that objective. In fact, we have just launched Indian Journal of Neighborhood Studies, which I believe will be first journal. It's going to be a peer-reviewed quarterly academic journal, which will be looking specifically at the neighborhood with the objective of developing neighborhood studies as a distinct discipline, as I mentioned. Now, coming to India-Nepal relationship, uh, uh, it's possibly the most intimate India has with any neighbor. Now, as you know, we have an open border coming from Mithila region of Bihar. I can relate very easily to what people say, roti beti ka rishta, ties of marriage and kinship that run through nearly every district on both sides of the border. We have institutions which predate India-Nepal, treaty, which are yet very dynamic in character. At the same time, it's important that uh, we look at the relationship, its present state, and future possibilities in a candid and honest fashion in today's conversation. And when it comes to the honesty part of it, I sometimes worry that intimacy doesn't always translate as reliably as it should into delivery, trust, or a shared sense that this partnership evolving at the pace both sides need. I doubt Roti Beti Ka Rishta resonates strongly with Gen Z on either side of the border. So need to sort of update, upgrade, reimagine our thinking of the relationship and its future, dimensions. Also because we meet at a moment of real change on both sides of the border. In Nepal, last year's Gen Z uprising was a generational rupture, not a routine change of government. It swept away an established political order and brought a leadership that is by design, more assertive. It's not very comfortable spouting some of the old shibboleths of the past because youth by nature is impatient. So it's very important, especially sitting in New Delhi. I'm currently in New Delhi. We must look at the younger Nepal. We must relate to the youth of Nepal, which wants to be dealt with as a confident partner and certainly not as junior one whose sensitivities are managed rather than addressed. I think this is one, point of departure. I would request colleagues, especially in India, to bear in mind. On India's side, we are in the midst of our own reckoning of what a neighborhood first policy should mean in its second decade. This, idea has occupied me quite a bit in last several months, especially since I joined the Chanakya University at Subhash Chandra Bose, Chair Professor of International Relations. In fact, uh, I on my day one in that capacity, I delivered a lecture on reimagining India's neighborhood first policy, and that ended up getting converted into a 48,000 word monograph of the subject, which some of you might have glanced through. One of the conclusions I come to is that the original policy, neighborhood first policy, launched in 2014 by Prime Minister Modi, has delivered real gains, including in this relationship between India and Nepal specifically. We have seen expanded connectivity, energy cooperation, and progress in many other areas. At the same time, uh, 1 decade plus since this policy was announced has also revealed limits. There is a tendency to be summit driven rather than institution driven. A habit at times of viewing Nepal's domestic politics through an Indian political lens rather than on Nepal's own terms, and an implementation record that often lagged the ambition of what was announced. Kathmandu has felt a symmetry sometimes described, I believe, there as India's declarations outrunning India's deliveries. That critique has been fair often enough that it deserves an honest hearing and not a defensive one on our part. So the question before us this afternoon is not whether India and Nepal have shared interests. That has never seriously been in doubt. The question is whether we can build a partnership where those shared interests are met by follow through, where, for instance, hydropower cooperation moves from framework agreements to power actually flowing and being sold on fair terms, where trade and transit arrangements are, taken as something which is, sort of assured in Nepal and not a kind of concession from one country to another, where the trust between the two societies that have never needed an introduction is restored between two states that frankly need to work harder at it. That's the spirit in which today's program is designed. After the keynote, which I've been asked to deliver, sets out how we reimagined neighborhood first framework, what we are calling NFP 2.0, bears specifically on Nepal. We move into three conversations. The first examines the economic relationship, trade, transit, hydropower, connectivity, and private investment, and candidly, the trade deficit and non-tariff barriers that color how the relationship perceived Nepal. The second turns to the political and strategic dimension. Nepal's transition, the more crowded and competitive regional environment that both our countries now navigate, and how a productive bilateral relationship survives that. The third looks at what is too often the last item in the agenda, but should be closer to the first. People-to-people links, youth engagement, and the next generation. For him, neither history lessons nor old sentiments are a substitute for real opportunity. I will not preempt what our speakers, several of whom have shaped this relationship from within government and others who study it with a healthy skepticism of both governments, will tell us. But I will say this. The measure of today's success will not be how many warm words we exchange about a civilizational friendship that genuinely needs no reaffirmation. It will be whether when we leave the room, real or virtual, uh, whether we can come up with some, concrete propositions whether we have a better idea, a more insightful understanding of why this relationship, uh, which is in a way unique in character, doesn't always live up to its potential. With that, let me hand over to my co-chair, Dr. Pramod Jaiswal. Pramodji has been very helpful in putting together this event, and we look forward to working very closely with him and other colleagues from NICE Nepal, and indeed from other organizations in Nepal, in days and months and years to come. So thank you again for joining us, and I look forward to a candid conversation over the next 4 hours. Over to you, Pramodji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. On behalf of NICE, Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement, I once again extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers, scholars, students, and participants joining this joint webinar on Nepal-India relations, reimagining the partnership. This event is being jointly organized by Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations at Chanakya University, Bangalore, and NICE Nepal. At the outset, I would like to sincerely thank Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations at Chanakya University for proposing these timely and important discussions. We are delighted to receive the invitation. It is not often that we have opportunities to engage academically with institutions from Southern India, and therefore we accepted this proposal with great enthusiasm. Our enthusiasm stems not only from the fact that the initiative came from Bangalore, the city where Nepal's current Prime Minister, Balendra Shah, pursued his higher education, but also because we believe that this is an especially appropriate moment to reflect on the future of Nepal-India relations. Both countries are witnessing important political and strategic developments, making it an opportune time to reassess, reimagine, and strengthen this unique and enduring partnership. I am confident that today's discussion will generate thoughtful insights and practical ideas on how India and Nepal should build a stronger, move forward-looking relationship based on mutual trust, shared prosperity, and regional cooperation. The government led by Prime Minister Balendra Shah represents one of the most significant political transitions in Nepal's contemporary democratic history. It symbolizes not merely a change in leadership, but the emergence of a new political generation. First, Balendra Shah is the first Prime Minister from Nepal's Madhesi community, marking a historical milestone in the country's effort towards greater political inclusion and representation. At just 35, when he assumed office, he also became Nepal's youngest Prime Minister in decades, reflecting a decisive generational shift in national politics. His rise is particularly remarkable because he entered national politics without the backing of a traditional political establishment. Instead, he built his political legitimacy on public trust, reformist credentials, and a strong anti-corruption agenda. Second, the composition of the new parliament reflects this generational transformation. Nearly one-third of newly elected parliamentarians are below the age of 40, up sharply from roughly 1 in 10 in the previous parliament. This young legislative is expected to bring different priorities, including governance reform, technology-driven public services, job creation, and economic modernization. Third, the ruling Rashtriya Swatantra Party, founded only a few years ago, secured an unprecedented 182 out of 275 seats in the House of Representatives, giving it a near two-third majority. Unlike Nepal's traditional political parties, the RSP carries relatively little historical political baggage. It has not been associated with the patronage networks, ideological rivalries, or governance failures that have shaped Nepal's political over the past 3 decades. This gives the government both greater public expectations and fewer political excuses for underperformance. The Shah government stated priority is development diplomacy, leveraging Nepal's foreign relations primarily to accelerate economic growth, infrastructure development, investment, technology transfer, and employment generation. In this context, India occupies a central position as Nepal's largest developing partner, closest economic neighbor, and principal trade and transit route, India remains indispensable to Nepal's development aspirations. New Delhi's long-standing engagement in infrastructure, energy, connectivity, health, education, and capacity building provides a strong foundation for expanding bilateral cooperation. Consequently, India-Bali relations are likely to witness deeper engagement in the coming years. If both governments can build mutual trust and maintain a pragmatic, development-oriented partnership, they can unlock significant opportunities in cross-border infrastructure, power trade, digital connectivity, investment, tourism, and regional integration. Such cooperation would not only strengthen bilateral ties, but also contribute to Nepal's broader economic transformation. Ultimately, the success or failure of Balian government will depend not only on its domestic governance and reform agenda, but also on its ability to effectively manage Nepal's external partnership, particularly with India. A stable, constructive, and forward-looking Nepal-India relation will be critical in determining whether the government's ambition, development vision can be translated into tangible outcomes for the Nepali people. It is in this context we are holding today's session. We have 5 thoughtful, provoking sessions that will examine India-Nepal relations from diverse perspectives, offering valuable insights into the opportunities and challenges that lies ahead. While governments shape official policies, a scholar, researcher, universities, think tank, and civil societies also have a vital role in fostering mutual trust, generating new ideas, and building bridges between our people. Given the unique civilization bond and vibrant people-to-people ties that Nepal-India share, there is immense scope to further expand cooperation at multiple levels. With these remarks, I wish all our distinguished speakers and participants a very engaging, productive, and enriching discussion. Thank you once again for joining us, and I wish everyone a wonderful webinar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Jaiswal. I think now it's back to me. What I'll do, I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation, so it will be easier for you to relate to, because the monograph I wrote was rather bulky, 48,000 words. So I'm not going to, I'm just going to summarize some of the salient aspects in about 20 minutes, and also bring out some aspects which will be of particular interest to Nepal. So if I could share my Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let me begin by, saying something which may seem like totally unnecessary. That is asserting why neighborhood is not peripheral to India. To me, it's a no-brainer that India's destiny is anchored in its neighborhood. But there is a school of thought in India that the rise of India can transcend its neighborhood. In fact, just a few days ago, I was in a discussion where we had 4 very senior people discussing these issues. Fortunately, 3 of us were of the view that neighborhood really matters. But there was a strong point of view that we need to look beyond neighborhood, that we should not be bogged down by neighborhood. Our destiny lies beyond, South Asia. For me, the answer to that question is that if you look at both our challenges and opportunities, our neighborhood cannot possibly be ignored or even its role sort of underestimated because some of the most important traditional security threats India has, they all originate in neighborhood. They don't come from outside neighborhood. What happens in our immediate periphery? We have seen recent developments in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Afghanistan. They all have direct implications for us. So these are not, sort of distant theaters for us. In terms of economic integration, uh, South Asia may not be highly integrated, yet I have no doubt that a connected economic space in South Asia will boost development in India in a very significant way, and likewise, our neighboring countries would benefit from that. Then there are, challenges like climate shocks and other trans-border challenges, which cannot possibly be dealt with within limits of national strategies alone, even by most powerful countries. And finally, point I would like to make that neglect of neighborhood creates a vacuum, which is exploited by others. And I don't want to dwell on that problem here, but that's the challenge we have to bear in mind, especially when it comes to Nepal. It's a country I mentioned earlier. We have a unique relationship. We have an open border, which is not fenced, far from it. We have, trans-border ties, which are real, which are very strong, and increasingly, connectivity links, not only physical connectivity, societal linkages, but also, energy complementarity, for instance. We are beginning to sort of realize the huge potential which has been there all along. But finally, I think we are making progress towards realization of that potential. Coming to neighborhood first policy, as I mentioned earlier, this was announced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi way back in 2014. And it's predicated on three pillars of consultative and non-reciprocal engagement, connectivity, trade and development assistance, and a normative framework shaped by 5S: Samman, Samvad, Shanti, Samriddhi, and Sanskriti. Gains have been quite significant, especially when it comes to high visibility political engagement among these countries, something which was not paid enough attention to by the previous UPA government. Then there have been, some of the outstanding issues like India-Bangladesh land boundary settlement in 2015, or India-Bangladesh maritime issue, again, which was settled in around that time when we accepted award of international court arbitration, even though it had largely favored Bangladesh, very different from response of another neighboring country to a similar arbitration award in context of South China Sea. Our involvement during Sri Lanka's economic and political crisis in 2022 and beyond was one of first responder. We did whatever we could as a neighbor, and we have seen expanded connectivity, and that's particularly true with Nepal and Bangladesh. There are other areas, but let me instead highlight what has not been achieved. One is that these relationships still remain, leadership-led, personality-dependent. If there's change in government, as we saw what happened in Dhaka and Malé, then New Delhi seems to be caught flat-footed. Because institutional ties have not always been kept, sort of kept nourished, nurtured. Then there's a tendency in India to look at neighborhood issues through domestic political prism. And that is particularly the case when it comes to minority communities, whether it be Sri Lankan Tamils or the Madhesi community in Nepal, or Hindu minorities in Bangladesh, sometimes we complicate these relationships by, sort of excessive uh, uh, focus on some of these concerns. Then, SAARC trade, economic ties have remained relatively modest. Though our surplus with SAARC countries last year, though our export to SAARC countries last year was $26 billion. This really pales into insignificance when you look at China's trade and surplus with our part of the world. I don't think many people take note of the fact that last year China's total trade surplus with SAARC region was $167 billion, which is 15% of China's global trade surplus of $1.19 trillion. With India alone, it was $116 billion, which is 10% of China's overall trade surplus. As I mentioned earlier, regional value chains have not quite developed, and intra-South Asia trade continues to languish around 5% compared to 25% for ASEAN region and more than 50% in EU, for instance. So we need to look at why is it that private sector engagement remains rather limited, why we have not been able to work out arrangements like viability gap funding, which we have been talking about for a long time. These are questions I'm sure will be addressed. Now, the broader strategic space within which we operate in our part of the world has changed very significantly. One, of course, is China's role, and which is not surprising given the fact that China is the second largest economy in the world, largest trading nation in the world. But there are aspects of China's, behavior in our part of the world which causes concern in New Delhi. Then again, what's happening in terms of US posture towards neighborhood. I understand that's undergoing a significant change, which has bearing on regional dynamics in South Asia. And then, of course, I think something we must be fully sensitive to in New Delhi in particular. I'm sure in Bangalore we are more sensitive. That is our neighbors have agency. And they have increasing agency. And if India seeks, strategic autonomy, how can we deny right of our neighbors to have a pursuit of strategic autonomy to make their own choices? So I think this needs to be understood more clearly in India. I have suggested, 10 propositions. I will not go into specifics on that, just highlighting a couple of points. One, that economic partnership has to be strategic centerpiece of NFP 2.0, Neighborhood First Policy 2.0. Connectivity has to be genuinely two-way connectivity. It cannot be one-way. Then, first responder mechanism has worked well, but it needs to become more institutionalized, and it should always remain humble. I've been talking about that. Ask first, deliver fast, and never brag. I think that should be Moola Mantra of India's role as first responder. And we should be very wary of using terms like net security provider in our part of the world. Then proactively address bilateral irritants, fully utilize digital connectivity. I believe that the defense linkages and maritime partnerships, they remain underutilized assets in our part of the world. And then, of course, we have not been successful at all in using multilateral platforms. SAARC is lying dormant for more than a decade now. BIMSTEC and BIN also, they have not really been able to deliver the way we expected. Then need for, better strategic communication. Sometimes there is over-securitization of our engagement in with our neighbors. Security is extremely important, but that need not be foregrounded all the time. Plus, New Delhi seems to be speaking in multiple voices at times, causing concern. Then, in terms of political engagement, clearly, we cannot have hands-off policy when it comes to our neighborhood, because we are so closely linked with this part of the world. But playing favorites or getting too closely involved in managing political outcomes in neighboring countries doesn't help at all. And finally, how do we manage a changed strategic context where different external powers, they will vie for influence in our part of the world, and clearly there's nothing like exclusive sphere of influence for India or for any country for that matter. I will not go into a snapshot of relationships. It presents a mixed picture. Now, trade and investment. I think this is one area which will be discussed at much greater length in one of the subsequent sessions. I think this is one area we have not really been able to make real breakthroughs. We have been talking about non-reciprocal market access for countries of SAARC, with the exception of Pakistan, of course, because there are other issues there. But how to ensure that non-reciprocal access is really available in practice, and certain non-tariff barriers our neighbors complain about are removed in a systematic manner. And then how do we develop new investment vehicles which incentivizes private sector on both sides to get involved, rather than looking only at lines of credit. There are a number of other financial products I've talked about in my monograph, and which are highly doable. I've also talked about idea of a South Asian Regional Development Bank, which can be headquartered in India, but with a partnership of neighboring countries, not as a SAARC institution, but it will be a sort of vehicle of the willing, those who wish to join from among our neighbors. Several other changes are required on our part and on part of our neighboring countries to ensure that we have a more connected economic space in South Asia. And finally, this concern about deployment of any economic coercion or leverage, I think especially in India, we have to be very cautious about, because that undercuts the logic of connected economic space we keep talking about. Nepal, here again, something I remember negotiating Pancheshwar DPA way back in year 1999, 2000. That project is still being discussed. I think that kind of delay has opportunity cost. I'm happy that some of the projects have started coming on stream and the things are moving, but we need to be little less patient in this regard. Going beyond physical connectivity, which is very important, we must see that our rail link, for instance, transport rail link, it moves at a faster pace. Road link, other links are improved, but software connectivity is perhaps even more important. Customs facilitation, harmonized procedures, single window clearance, and sometimes for certain sanitary approvals, people have to really struggle. So some kind of arrangement for mutual acceptance of each other's certification. This doesn't apply to Nepal, but visa liberalization, that's one issue where Bangladesh, for instance, we became little difficult in giving visa, punishing people of Nepal or Bangladesh, which was not at all desirable. Same is happening in case of Afghanistan today. Then, digital connectivity, South Asia, power pool, energy grid, building on progress we made in terms of trilateral cooperation involving India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. My colleague, Saurav is working on that. And incidentally, Saurav only a few weeks ago defended his PhD dissertation. So he's Dr. Saurav Kaushik. So let me, congratulate him on this platform also. And in terms of technology, I've been talking to companies in Bengaluru, some of the leading technology companies. They believe that a hub and spoke model will work very well because there's so much talent available in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, which is not really being tapped. And they can work in situ in their respective places. They can be part of a larger, ecosystem of startups, for instance. Uh, Moving on to Nepal's hydropower. Here, I talked about progress we have made in terms of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, power trading, power transmission, that needs to be expanded to bring on board Bhutan and Sri Lanka in particular. I'm sure Bhutan will not mind getting access to Bangladeshi market, especially for new projects where the grant element from India is not so large. There is essentially commercial projects. Likewise, Sri Lanka cannot optimally utilize its solar and wind power potential with a small domestic grid. So for them, linking up with larger Indian grid, or better still, a South Asian power pool is an essential requirement for utilizing their solar and wind potential. There are a whole lot of other areas. I don't wish to go into that because they'll be discussed later today. Force responder, first responder, I talked about. Important. I always mentioned about need for this approach of ask first, deliver fast, never brag. But this will require creating certain institutional arrangements, which I have written at length in my monograph. We can discuss that in greater detail sometime. Likewise, defense linkages and maritime partnerships. I regard them as a kind of force multiplier because a kind of mutual trust they generate really adds to strength of these relationships. And I've seen that with India and Nepal, how important it has been for us to have, recruitment in Nepal, and how unhappy I am that, that recruitment process somehow has been kept in abeyance. We need to find a solution to that, how to keep it going despite our Agniveer scheme. Colombo Security Conclave has been a success. We need to have more such, success stories in the future. Now, addressing bilateral irritants, not letting them fester, is particularly important. If India-Bangladesh relationship saw a period of more than a decade when relations moved very robustly, that was possible to a significant extent because we could arrive at understandings on India-Bangladesh land border and maritime boundary. They provided the foundation for that. Looking ahead, I refer to these 4 issues that need to be addressed with a sense of urgency. Ganga Water Treaty with Bangladesh, which is going to expire in December 2026. Teesta Waters Agreement, it has been languishing for quite some time. Perhaps circumstances a little more favorable with a different government in Kolkata. Sri Lanka fisheries dispute, and coming to Bangladesh, both land boundary issue as also 1950 treaty. Boundary issue is sensitive. It's a very complex issue. I will not dwell on that. But I believe that that cannot be solved on Nepal's terms alone. India has a good case on that, so I'll not go into that. 1950 treaty is something highly doable. We did that with Bhutan, with a new treaty in 2007. If our Nepalese friends have any problems with the existing 1950 treaty, I don't see why Government of India should have any problem in starting negotiations, right, earnest, to work out a new treaty agreement like we did with Bhutan earlier. Digital connectivity, Ganga Brahmaputra waterways, regional power pool, there's a whole lot of, and there's several other areas where I believe we have low-lying fruits, low-hanging fruits, which have not really been harvested. We can do much more than what we have done so far. As for India's role in South Asia, often we are faced with this, that elder brother role. I don't see really, there is any need to go into a kind of sibling hierarchy when it comes to India's role. Given its size, resources, its centrality in strategic geography, India will have to play a leading role. But leading role doesn't mean a dominant role. I think that distinction India should always bear in mind. Sometimes taking a leaf out of Indonesia's role in ASEAN, for instance, need for greater socialization among our leaders in South Asia, along the way they do in ASEAN. Once again, I think some of these things are not so difficult, but they need to be done. I have already talked about the fact that this cacophony of voices which at times emerge, sometimes over-securitization of our relations. Personally, I believe security is something of paramount importance, but that's something which is better handled quietly rather than, publicly all too often. These are again, some of the one basic thing that when it comes to our involvement in political developments or internal developments in neighboring countries, I think it's very important for us to maintain a certain discipline. We have to. I've worked for nearly 8 years in Kathmandu and Colombo as Deputy Chief of Mission in Kathmandu, as High Commissioner in Colombo. Basic policy I followed, we will engage with everyone. We'll know what's happening in these countries because it matters to us, but we'll not play favorites. We'll not try to sort of micromanage political developments or shape political outcomes, because that leads to backlash in these countries, and that's not desirable either. So I think that's easier said than done, but that's something we have to bear in mind always. Our delivery, capability, I've written at length in my monograph how implementation can be improved, how we can learn from our success stories, like Sri Lankan housing project, where we had 99% completion rate and we saved over 1,000 crore over budget which was given to us, and absolutely no controversy, where the feedback from owner beneficiaries was extremely positive, as also from various participating institutions. Now, we need to stress test, what I proposed. There have been discussions in New Delhi on my monograph, and some of these, questions have been raised, that leadership matters. So why, we cannot be adopt a hands-off attitude, or what kind of leadership is there? I have my, response to that. I will not come into question on that here. Red lines, likewise, India cannot, we'll have our red lines, but they must be defined in a very conservative manner. But there are at times concern that even we don't know our own red lines, let alone our neighbors being familiar with them. Then there's doubt that people-to-people links are overvalued. I don't agree with that, but we need to reimagine people-to-people links. We have focused all too often on elite of these countries. Gen Z movements in our neighborhood have shown need to engage with youth in particular and young demography of these countries. There are unfulfilled regional promises. I mentioned earlier that how our regional organizations haven't quite taken off. So these are some of the points I wanted to mention. These are a few things we can do within the next couple of years. Like Ganga Water Treaty must be renewed. It should not be allowed to fester, but it will have to be reimagined because objective realities about availability of water in the Ganga river system have changed and they will continue to change. So that has to be factored in any new treaty which is worked out. Then, South Asia Digital Payment Corridor or, operationalizing some kind of neighborhood rapid response mechanism. Then, of course, resuming recruitment of Gurkha soldiers in Indian Army. I feel very strongly about it because we have such close bonds with them and we have the presence on the ground. We are still looking after welfare needs of more than 100,000, 20,000, what we call Bhupus, Bhutpurv Sainik, ex-servicemen of Indian Army there. That is, then, final point that there is no Indian corollary to Monroe Doctrine. This is obvious, yet we need to develop a practicable sphere of influence, but that must be anchored in mutual benefit. It must be a sticky network of codependencies rather than one-way dependencies, which must be costly to unwind and hard for external players to replicate. I think I've already spoken more than 20 minutes allotted to me, but point I would like to conclude with that for us, neighborhood is not a problem to be solved once for and for all. It's a strategic space which requires a continuous attention. Neighbors have agency, as I mentioned earlier, and that goodwill is important, but economic stakes in each other's success is more important. Then, we need engagement. We don't need control when it comes to shaping outcomes. And sovereignty, when we respect it, it has to be shown in our actions and not just in terms of words spoken, and it's on both sides. We also have a sensitivity about our boundaries, for instance, which should be kept in mind. So testing, NFP 2.0, against Nepal's reality. I'm not going into it because I've really exceeded time allotted to me, but we can discuss it later. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to deliver the keynote address. I will, as someone who spent a lot of time preparing that monograph, encourage all of you to at least glance through it, look at the summary at least. We can continue our conversation on that and other related issues this afternoon and in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very comprehensive and intellectually enriching account of the Neighborhood 2.0 framework. I would now request Dr. Pramod Jaiswal or anyone from the NICE Nepal team, if they have any questions or comments on the keynote address, they could kindly participate in this discussion.
I don't think Pramod sir is here. So maybe I would just like to compliment Ambassador Kanta on his mention of how India should engage with the youths of Nepal. And there's a different new political landscape emerging in Nepal, and which is very important to engage with the youths of Nepal. And I think he said it very well that India should now move ahead from its traditional mindsets and towards a more progressive one. So I think that's about it from my side. So if we want to do a Q&A session, maybe we can do that. So Saurabh sir, back to you.
Thank you so much, Vivek. I think we are already running ahead of schedule, so I would request that we start the second session, for which our chair is Professor Dr. Chetan Singhai, who is the Dean of School of Law, Governance and Public Policy and the Member Secretary of the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of Advisory Council. So the second session is basically a panel discussion on economic partnership and connectivity from potential to delivery. I would now like to hand over to Professor Chetan to kindly lead and chair this session. So please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh, and thank you, Ambassador Kanta, for your prefatory but yet in-depth engagement with the subject, and also Dr. Pramod Jaiswal for setting the context. So being the first panel, after we have heard interesting insights and critical insights, I think maintaining the same spirit is something that the panelists, I'm sure, would engage with. Currently, as I've been told, that Dr. Achal Raj Pandey is unable to join us from Tribhuvan University due to some health issues, but we have with us Dr. Prabir Dey, Professor Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, popularly known as New Delhi, and Saurabh Kaushik, and Dr. Govind Pokhriyal, former Vice Chairman of National Planning Commission, Nepal. So welcome to the panelists, and we look forward to an engaging session. Let me first set in a sort of 2-minute context setting so that we catch up with the time as well as hear more from you. I think first, a larger context that we are looking at in this thematic session on economic partnership and connectivity from potential to delivery between how we look at it from India and Nepal. One important component that we need to appreciate is our partnership is not new, right? It is it's quite rooted in our civilizational ties, and also, as Kanta sir mentioned, about open border, which is very unique, and at the same time we have also very extensive people-to-people linkages. Now, in this context, how do we harness the significant political goodwill on one hand and the economic relation, which needs to be continued, I would say, because there's already a lot that is happening, but yet it needs to be accounted, it needs to be consolidated and continued, and see how we can link it to what are those areas which are performing well and what are the areas which are ought to perform. To give one example, when we look at railways, roadways, hydroelectricity, energy, similar areas that we look into, how one can account for the changing yet complex geopolitical context that we are accounting these 4 components, which are tangible components in terms of physical infrastructure. At the same time, how we go back to our deep-rooted civilizational ties and shared interests. And as I mentioned, the complex and contested geopolitical space challenges our shared interest on one hand. At the same time, demands that we have the shared interest consolidated. So in this context, how do we see this physical infrastructure accounted in terms of the larger agenda of economic partnership and connectivity? The first overarching thought. The second core point that I would like to mention is that when you look at economic partnership, we have these days, and as we have seen the world evolving from unilateral to bilateral to multilateral to mini multilateral and many others, how economic partnership should contribute not only to bilateral prosperity, but also to the regional integration, whether it is a BBIN, BIMSTEC, and how we look at India's neighborhood first policy. There, the question is largely anchored on, while the first question was mostly anchored on fiscal infrastructure, the second is where I account it as from vision to delivery. That is, what institutional, regulatory, and governance reforms are required for us in terms of this dialogue to transform the relationship between India and Nepal, especially anchoring on economic partnership, from what we have once characterized by potential into one measured by timely delivery, measurable outcome, and shared prosperity. So these are 2 wide questions that I wanted to anchor as context setting. One is the specific component of the physical infrastructure, the rail, road, hydroelectricity, energy, and many others. The other one is on the institutional aspect. So without further ado, I would request, if the panelists agree, to call out on the following order. first we request Professor Prabir De to share his insight, followed by Dr. Govindraj Pokhriyal and my colleague, Dr. Saurabh. Is it okay to all three of you? We go by this order. Professor Prabir De? Okay. So over to you, Professor Prabir De, and we would like to seek your insights.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank, and I'm honored to coming back to this platform, talk about trade and connectivity. I'm also grateful to Ambassador Kantha, sir, to us for the invitation. And I have listened to him, very minutely, his keynote address, and where he said that a big neighbor, India, we have to be a neighbor, not a dominant neighbor. And also he said that, of course, there are many opportunities for both the countries in not just restricted trade and connectivity, but also in many related areas. So these webinars are very timely, and there are issues happening unfolded between the two countries, and I will be picking up only the trade and connectivity aspects, and I have very quick presentation, if you may allow, Mr. Chair, to show it, some slides, just to refresh our mind, with some specifics.
Sure, Professor.
I think this one I would like to. Can you see this? Can you see my
Yes,
slide?
we can see that. Yes, now I think we can see the full screen. Please go ahead, sir.
Right. Well, so what I'm going to address is basically from potential to the delivery. The subtitle of my presentation in line with your webinar theme. Just to recap, most of it's covered by keynote and in the keynote address. We have a very, very vibrant treaty of peace and friendship, keep on updating. We have a treaty of trade and treaty of transit. So three things. Nepal is a landlocked countries that depend on India and many others for their bread and butter, if I may put it like that. And India, as a part of our global commitments and UN agreements and WTO agreements, we have to give a free transit to all the landlocked countries. It's an obligation. It cannot be reversed. And free transit. That's the point I would like to highlight. Now, there is a loop-sided trade. There is a deficit. Trade cannot be always. There is nothing, no single example in the world we have a balanced trade. Deficit is a good. Sometimes deficit is also bad. The way an economist explained. But it's a persistent deficit for a long time. That is something bad, particularly at a time when you have a overall deficit in the current account. Nepal is a country. It has current account deficit for quite some. So also in India. But India's gain is that we have a services takes care of a lot of the goods deficit. That's the point. Now, if you come back to the bilateral, that our deficit is going up, but that is because one reason, too much dependence in Nepal on India for good reasons. Plus, Nepal is unable to diversify its exports. Nepal's inability to get in upward, move into their exports value chain, and there are gaps, lacunas in that integration, both global as well as the bilateral. What we trade, basically, what the goods are crossing each other. You can say it is basically India's import from the Nepal of the primary products, and including hydropower, very small amount. But India's exports to the Nepal, that is India's. Nepal is from the refinery products, more secondary products. Now the price when you import, it's just common sense. If you exchange the soybean and palm oil with the refined petroleum, it's quite clear to anybody that there will be price advantage for India's exports on the secondary goods. diversified products like that. So, and that's continuing for some time. Let me see the deficit, which is quite a big number, in the Nepalese rupees term. This is 144.7 billion, in Nepali rupees, just in 2024 and 25. What drives this gap? So four things. It's the import heavy demand, as I said. Everything that you name it, it is going from India to Nepal for good reasons. Border is open, so this is, and there are civilization links. People living at the border both sides, so they depend each and both the sides for their bread and butter. I'm talking about the people living in the border. Plus, Nepal point of view, where Nepal has an advantage, which like the tea, for example, there are restrictions on the importing of the raw, unprocessed tea from Nepal because of the local issues. So eroding farm exports, something to be underlined that Nepal's advantage, but this is an area where complementarity is less. If the less complementarity on any product, trade won't happen. Nepal products are very limited in number. As I said, Nepal's unable to diversify it. Handful of products. Nepal, most of it is targeted to in India, but there is a growth. There is an important story also, which I'll come back. That depending on in India or less depending on India. So that answer I also have. Let me come back to the slides. And Nepal has 145 trade partners, but in Nepal deficits run with more than 145 trade partners. Nepal has not only India, but many of them, they have a trade deficits in the good side. Now, the frictions, which is a bilaterally, I would like to tell you that some frictions are global, like a non-tariff barrier. Nepal cannot have any non-tariff barrier, neither India, particularly targeting bilateral countries, which is in contravention of the WTO commitment. So non-tariff barriers is something like testing standards. India's very stringent QCOs, for example. So there are thick border barriers. That's what an economist will explain. And international relations experts will look at non-tariff barriers is something, which is killing, the relation. It's not exactly, non-tariff barriers are permitted in the agreement. Transit dependence, Nepal depends on the transit, India for the good reasons, but while the goods they import from Horli and Calcutta port, because of the mafias, their goods actually don't, many of the time it disappear in the Indian side. It cuts across the states, which I don't want to talk, the Bihar, West Bengal and UP, which what I mean, So there are so many issues which are beyond the government of India's jurisdictions. There is deficit long time and there are trade facilitation gaps. India has progressed well, the global standards, gold standard on trade facilitation. Nepal is still trading behind. One hand, Nepal has an ad valorem duty more than the usual tariff. So it is just like if Nepal has a 10% custom duty, 20% they pay for the transit cost, and again another 20% they are paying because of several kinds of barriers, either the Indian side or the Nepal sides. So 50%. So goods they consume at the border, 100 rupees, Nepali rupees, when it landed at the Kathmandu or go to the retail, it goes more than 200 Nepali rupees. So that is why if you have more import, you can have a more export. So competitiveness is actually they won't able to gain. So this is not just a Nepal example, it's an issue for all the landlocked countries. But where Nepal has been gaining some statistics, it is in 2015 data. You can see the Nepal trade in the neighborhood. 63% is the global trade is the Nepal dependent. 2000, I think it is 10 or 15, yeah. 63%. India's global trade was in 2015 global exports 678 million, and Nepal 430, you can say, sold into the Southeast. So you can see it is Nepal exports going to India almost, whatever, almost 95% of our global exports. That's the issue in the country. The youth, they say, why we are depending on the one country? Change it, the direction. But trade, it is not just, change can be done, over time. It takes long time. But let's see what happened, in 2025. You can see that, Nepal's exports are diversified. Well, they are depending on India more than what it used to be. So 80% now, they are share. So more dependence on the region. But is it everything on India? It's not exactly. Now, if you look at, export is the pride, I'm earning money. When it is an import, we feel very, very nationalistic. Why I'm importing from China? Why I'm importing from India so much? But if you look at the data which is highlighted, Nepal's global import is no more dependent on India. It depends on India, but trend is declining. 2011 onward. 2011 is the peak. 63% for India's total global import was actually from India. Then it is declining 59. So what it means that Nepal's import diversification is happening. It is. That's the point I would like to highlight. Let's see why Nepal's import diversification happening. Nepal should give a big thanks to India because it is they are facilitating Nepal's more import, better way, and there are rail corridors, which is the best way to help in Nepal's import or export. Just last month, Jogbani, Biratnagar to Kolkata and Haldia railway line has started. There are other projects. I don't want to go in detail. Joynagar, Bizalpur already started. We have a plan to get into Roxol and then to Kathmandu, cut the hill and get there. This is the project. There is the Janakpur Ayodhya projects, and there are several others such like that. Now, these are the projects which are for the Nepals. If they don't want, they won't happen. That won't happen. But if they happen, it's good for the common people. Let's come to the border. The border infrastructure, ICP. Ambassador Kanta has spoken in detail. So you can see, that India's focus is the most on the Nepal border. And the three are under construction: Banbasa, Sonoli, and Birtamor. And there are three proposed, which is Fulbari and Panitanki. I had an opportunity to visit last year with the UNSCAP projects. So borders are looking more smart. This is helping Nepal's trade, exports and imports. And there are projects from the Nepal sites on the dry ports, which is at the border that Nepal has done it. Rupaida, Sonoli, which is coming up, Jogbani and Roxol. So the border, which it used to be earlier, very, very congested, crowded, is getting, improved, changed. That helps in terms of, goods prices. That helps in terms of the quality, so on and so forth. Let's come to a project which is a best practice. Nepal, India best practices are introduced different parts of the world, particularly in the African countries in the Southeast Asia, somewhere between Mongolia and Russia, Mongolia and China. That oil pipeline, it has a transformed, relation between India and Nepal the way it used to be earlier, the oil import. The gentleman, our former foreign secretary, the former ambassador Sam Saran, it is his brilliant idea. So this kind of small projects, but high impact, it has become a best practice example when we talk about bilateral relations. Energy, largely unrealized, 10,000 megawatt, we yet to it. So this is a future, India-Nepal, the relations on the energy point of view. I'm sure, there will be more discussion on it. There are institutional arrangements. India has allowed Nepal to export the power to the Bangladesh. 30 megawatt is done on experiment basis, but we are waiting for Bangladesh's call from the Nepal power, evacuate the Nepal power. Discussion is going on. So this is, I would like to say. Now, from the potential, from the, the subtitle, which is that what we are going to offer, to Nepal, the potential to delivery. Delivery, when it comes, all the physical infrastructure. If you come to the soft infrastructure, which is the paperless trade, as you know that India is a champion worldwide, and India's paperless trade model being looked at with high respects by the countries in the developed country. So this is where India offers lots to the Nepal. I can only be bit macro, on bit like that, but I cannot go in detail because of the time. But there is a graph you can see, cross-border paperless trade. Everyone is doing some or other digitalization. Everyone is coming up the documents re-engineering, but they don't exchange. That's the issue. And Bhutan and Nepal, in particular, the way behind the trade facilitation and paperless trade. Today is when Nepal and particularly looking forward to get into a global value chain of any product, be it a pasmina or tea or aroma tea or the strawberry in the Japan, Nepal, or a processing strawberry for processed products. So this trade facilitation, digitalization, paperless is very much required. So, but you can see from the graph, India is, and Nepal is the gap. The gap is a temporary, so they need to scale it up the way, and I'm sure Nepalese customs agent, they know it how to do it. So reform is one way forward. Then we have, and I highlight, where is the intervention is required. This is the Nepal column. Only the Nepal laws and regulation have been established to accept the electronic transactions. But certification, authority recognition, custom submission documents, certificate of origin, electronic exchange certificate, SPS certificate, lots. When other countries like Thailand and India, they've implemented, Nepal is still, it is document-based. Here is an example, which is India offers. It's the best practice, the faceless, contactless, paperless customs reforms in recent years. India is signing authorized economic operator mutual recognition agreements with many countries across the world, where we have in value chain linkages, industrial products. So this is where I see a way forward. If you are coming up with a proceedings, please write India's digital trade facilitation has many best practices to offer to the Nepal. Both the customs, they need to sit down and gain from the joint working group. And I propose that, if you do a bilateral thing, sometime, some people, young people will tell it is too much depending on India. I'm proposing is let's do it in a regional basis. It's all payment system on UPI, customs single window, seaport single window, land port single window. India's all the ports are single window has been established. They are connected exchanging documents, not any document process, but only digital process. And on the BBIN, if you cannot do in 8 countries, 7 countries context, let's do the 4 countries which are connected each other, geographically connected each other. They have a language similarity, they are cultural similarity. Sometimes, we don't do things if we are not feeling that we are brother and sister. So Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, geographically connected. But look at Nepal. Most of the things, work in progress. Let's come to another delivery from India, that India is coming up with a high-speed railway corridor. There is a map of China. You have seen 2008, there was no high-speed. 2024, it is a very thick amount of high-speed. Chinese high-speed is by Chinese construction companies, the public sector. India's high-speed is in the private sector, so it will be much faster. But India is bringing in high-speed near to your, eastern corridor, from near to your Kakarvita, because Siliguri. So Banarasi, Siliguri, high-speed is currently under implementation. So, but come back to 2047, when we are going to elevate and develop countries. So these map will be thick in the high speed. And so there are opportunities for the Nepal. I think Nepal should show much interest to get hooked into such kind of projects. Well, to conclude, as an following up the work of Ambassador Ashok Kantha and many others, the great scholars and diplomats, is that I feel very happy when the path that we are looking at, Lukis and Actis, is being followed or replicated by our neighbors on a good reason. So Bangladesh is elevating to developing country. They are still thinking whether to take the call or not to take the call. But silently, Bangladesh is FTAs negotiating with many of the countries where India still already having a regional FTA and bilateral. Bangladesh has opened mission to ASEAN. Bangladesh mission to ASEAN, headed by a senior diplomat, 4 or 5 people are working in Jakarta. And very much they are getting into a sectoral dialogue and elevating to a ministerial and then summit level in 5 years' time. Is Nepal doing it? If not, this is an opportunity for the Nepal going into, lookist or actist mode. Nepal is getting into developing country 2026. If you are taking a call, gradually you have to come out from least developed country status, and in 4 to 5 years, all your tariff preferences will go. So your price will be very expensive, export price. To get a market access, bilateral FTA is very important, along with the trade facilitation, along with the corridors that I talked about. So Nepal and Bangladesh have a similar journey, which I can see. And this is an opportunity to learn from India and also from other countries. Not only Nepal, Bangladesh, it is also Sri Lanka. They have Bangladesh, Sri Lanka has shown interest to join RCEP, etc., etc. So all these countries, Nepal, Bhutan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, are basically countries with looking at the East, right? So it is very natural progress connecting with the East. Outlook, to conclude, there are 4 things I conclude, takeaways. Rebalancing of trade is possible, provided by Nepal strengthen its trade facilitation, connectivity, border corridors. Second is complete the corridors, like the Roxol-Kathmandu railway line. Don't change the track. Don't fall trapped by too much nationalistic call. Second is keep in mind infrastructure is regional public good. You get into there, you gain. If you don't get into there, others will gain out of it. So it's the regional public good. So second, and complete your ICPs, pipeline expansions. Those are seamless. Get into an energy trade. And this is where these are some project development cooperation, and also look at harmonization of standards, customs cooperation, dismantle non-tariff. In summary, the bottom line is that we are deeply integrated, but deeply in asymmetric relation. Asymmetric relations can be in symmetric, or provided we do more re-engineering, rebalancing, as I have highlighted, and some scholars who will be speaking after me, have spoken before me, they will also give some ideas. Connectivity is a growth lever, not a growth enabler. It's a lever. Lever is you have to push. So this is I have highlighted. Second is energy reference relationship. If you think that I'm sitting on the hydropower, I don't export, then you are losing. Export it, gain out of it. And institutions, if we need to strengthen our institutions, regional institutions. SAC Secretariat is very good. Sometimes you don't check in a very old hotel. You need to check into the beautiful hotel that Kathmandu has. Many of them, I know near to the temple. So also in India, you need to have a new institutions which can, drive the regional and bilateral global agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Prabir De. And I think for Dr. Govindraj Pokhriyal, you will have a lot of insights also coming from the first keynote to the Professor Prabir De's insights. But I think the second point that Professor Prabir De particularly highlighted is very important. And that's the purpose of this webinar, that how to ease the frictions and how do we take it forward. So maybe with your insights, maybe we'll get to that point discussion. So over to you, Dr. Govindraj Pokhriyal ji. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to also thank our main speaker, Professor Kanta, for highlighting many issues very broadly, and also focusing on a few specific issues regarding Nepal and India's economic partnership. Actually, I'm not going too much on data because it has been already presented by Professor De and Professor Kant. As we agree that I am starting from hydropower, as we agree that we missed the opportunity for not harnessing hydropower of Nepal for many decades, because it's more than 11 decades that Nepal could not develop its hydropower from its first hydropower in 1911. But I see that we have started. There are certain progress that 3,000 crores of Nepali rupees were collected from exporting hydropower to India and Bangladesh. But that is a small amount. Like we have already installed only 4,000 megawatt plus. We have more capacity, and we are targeting in next 10 years, we will be reaching around 20,000, more than 20,000 megawatt. And out of that, we want to export to India and Bangladesh 15,000 megawatt, 10,000 to India and 5,000 to Bangladesh. But there are again, like if you see our revenue this year, target of government's revenue is around 1,500 billion Nepal rupees, whereas we receive from just initiated cross-border electricity trade 30 billion rupees. When we export around 15,000 megawatt, it will be a big part of our own revenue when it is reflected in Nepal's budget. And for that, we need to have a very stable power trading system, because when it's going to be, let's say, 30% of your revenue, or it's at least 25% of your national revenue from electricity export, then if there is certain vulnerabilities happening in that revenue, it will hamper the political system of Nepal. That's why I just wanted to suggest few changes, institutional or regulatory changes you have requested in your introduction. Regarding, I mean, the cross-border electricity trade, at least there has to be a long-term PPA between India and Nepal. Because going in open market, like hourly or 15-minute market, you will have a difficulty to forecast how much revenue you earn from hydropower. So at least some part of electricity export that is going to India and Bangladesh, we need to have at least long-term PPA, so that you can ensure that you are receiving certain amount of revenue from electricity trade, because this asymmetric in trade between India and Nepal, because it's already a huge number you have shown in your presentation, Professor D. So there are some changes has to be made. Although we are very happy that we are now access to IAX, we are earning good revenue by selling, monsoon electricity to Indian free market. But as you see, our system, our governance is not stable like our India and other countries. So I suggest in terms of cross-border electricity trade, we need to have a long-term PPA, at least maybe 60% of energy that we trade, or 70% of energy we trade between Nepal, India, and beyond Bangladesh. That needs to be done. Second thing is, like if you see that sharing of electricity, if you come to the other hydropower that India is investing, or other investors are investing in Nepal, we have 2-3 issues to be addressed. One is third country. Like in Nepal, there are few hydropower invested by Chinese investor, but there are other hydropowers that are being built by Nepali owner and Nepali investor or other investor, but they are inviting international bidding for contractors. And sometimes, as you know, the cost, it's a cost effective, then Chinese contractor come. And we have difficulties to export that hydropower that is being built by Chinese contractor, but investors are Nepali and Nepalese government. So in India, I mean, there is a certain perception that we cannot import hydropower, hydropower from that hydropower plant that is being constructed by third countries. So you you need to separate that one. Who is investor and who is investor, but who is constructing? Because any investor, they are looking for a cheaper contractor. And many times that happens to be a Chinese. So that clause also having some problem in Nepali market, and some irritant is coming that why India is not importing power that is being generated by Nepali investor, but hydropower is constructed by a Chinese contractor. That sort of things, and we need to change. And thought that at least looking the size of economy and the limit of our export sectors, like we can, as you highlighted, we could not diversify our export sector, and energy could be, I mean, biggest one in future. Apart, if you look, maybe IT and energy. So we need to have a systematic cross-border trade in electricity trade. It's not ad hocism basis. Like Nepal is happy to have a higher price, but in ad hoc, like 10,000 at this price and so on. And that another point is resource sharing. There are many hydropower, including Pancheshwar, and maybe in future other hydropower will come. So we are just counting the benefit of electricity selling or generation. But we have not developed a mechanism of like how to share other benefits, including water, because we are stuck in Pancheshwar project because of not having certain mechanism how to handle that resource sharing or water sharing, water benefit. Like it's so many years that hydropower, more than 5,000 megawatt, is not being built. And if we have some sort of mechanism developed between two countries, although India already has said that, okay, India will invest 70% of the cost of that required for hydropower, Nepal will have 30%, but we'll have a 50% sharing of electricity that is generated. But at least we need to have some sort of mechanism so that the bureaucrats, they will have easy when they are handling with Indian partners in terms of water sharing. Because the 5,000 megawatt is one single project which will have multiple benefits for both countries. And another point that I just wanted to highlight is this due to climate change, sometime you incur the additional costs in hydropower, and that has to be reflected in energy price. How can we, have some sort of dialogue to adjust these types of issue in future? Then I also want to highlight that what we need to do something from our part. Maybe in Nepal's perspective, we need to change our policy, because we have not consulted, we have not also discussed with our Indian partner whether we can allow our private sector to trade electricity. I think that Nepal needs to be proactive, so that apart from Nepal Electricity Authority, other private sector also can sell electricity to India. I think we need to have also that dialogue. Another point is Indian investment apart from government. Privates are trying to come, but not at that much, because Sutlej is Indian government company. So to attract private companies, we need to also have some sort of dual type of PPA, dollar plus Indian rupees, because otherwise, and then there is also hydrology and a royalty issue. We ask from FDI, FDI related hydropower, free energy plus also royalty per megawatt, and that Nepal has to change that one. And another point that Nepal has to improve, if we want to have Indian investment in hydropower, the easiest or fastest process of land acquisition resolving, local benefit sharing, and local conflict with investors. That is also hampering, like GMR or other hydropower developers also facing that one. And coming to trade issue, because Professor Day has already highlighted many things. I just wanted to give you some facts. It was said by Samriddhi Foundation in last Bodhi Sammelan. They found that when we export things to India and beyond, if we have 100 rupees additional, around 75 rupees plus additional, that is because of the Indian system, Indian transport, non-tariff barrier within India. In India, beyond Nepal's boundary. So that is the biggest cause. I think we need to resolve that issue so that the competitiveness of Nepali product will not be lower because of those things. Then another point, like regarding attracting Indian private investment in Nepal, we need to encourage joint venture, because in joint venture, Nepali partner can take Nepali risk. Political volatility. There are 14 big investors starting from Dabur to Hyundai Motor India. They are having joint venture. Many of them are having joint ventures, so that risk sharing will be there, and they will handle the local red tapeism issue, bureaucratic issue, political volatility issue. They will handle. So we, from both sides, we need to have a discussion, or we need to have encourage Indian investor to come to Nepal, have joint venture in those products which we import from India, so that at least trade deficit will be lower, and there will be a certain positive narrative that from Nepali perspective, because having a larger trade deficit, there is a different narrative set among the youth of Nepal, so that at least those products that we consume by importing from India can be produced in Nepal by Indian company with joint venture of Nepali company. So that in that way, later on, other investors will also come. And then third point, like I just wanted to highlight, is the capacity building, which we are not focusing. I'm always trying to highlight whenever there is a Nepal and India relationship. India provides us around 13 billion Nepali rupees last year, bilateral grant fund, which is mainly, that fund is going to a small high impact community development project, that is school, drinking water, and so on. Maybe part of that money can be utilized to train our bureaucrats, especially on those like Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, and then you have Indian Institute of Public Administration, Sushma Swaraj Institute of Foreign Service, National Institute of Financial Management, Administrative Staff College of India, Indian Institute of Management. I have encountered that why this delays is happening in our system, especially in terms of negotiation, in terms of procurement, in terms of spending Exim Bank's money. This is because of the lack of capacity. People are honest, but we need to increase their capacity, especially the bureaucrats, because after recruitment, they are not being trained, or their capacity is not being enhanced by our government. That is not the focus of the government. That's why that will certainly help to avoid whatever hurdles that we have within India, at least. And they can also convey good message with our Indian partners. So it is part of that a small grant could be utilized to train at least our bureaucrats. And another point in this is at least anchoring our youth who are interested in to have a startup in IT and other sector, because now our biggest export is IT product, at least $1 billion, and our private sector is targeting to increase it up to $9 billion within few years if government brings that sort of policy. So at least we can have that link with our youth in Nepal. And last and very important point I just wanted to highlight is that to have a close link with young politicians in Nepal and India. Because there is a, like in the past, Koiralas were there, they would call like Sushma Swaraji, we have this issue, why don't you resolve? It's a track to diplomacy was more powerful than the formal diplomacy. So at least when we have a certain issues that can be resolved by politicians, so at least exchange between like younger politician of Indian provincial state, Nepali province, Indian parliament, Nepali parliament, that will create certain positive environment to resolve the issue and realize how India has grown because of the reform that they have carried out, and that needs to be also done in Nepal. So that sort of sensitization will also bring benefit to the Nepal. I think I request that also to have a capacity building and exchange of politicians to learn, I mean, different things, and to have a personal contact with Indian politicians, so that that will also, I mean, create some sort of positive environment. And I think that is what I wanted to highlight now. And there are other issues like regarding the railway link. It's good if we have Raksol, Kathmandu, 113 kilometer. That will certainly reduce the cost of transport from border to Kathmandu, because in future Kathmandu will have at least 30% of population will be living in Kathmandu in a few years. That is the biggest market. So with this, I would like to close my comments on this one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that set of insights, because it kind of ranges from energy to economy to institutional mechanisms to capacity building, then also on how to connect beyond track two engagements with the youth, and also the fact that you mentioned on an important point on diversification of exports from Nepal's point, and while Professor Prabir Dey was mentioning on diversification of imports. I think on both ends, that symmetry, asymmetry that we were flagging in the session is something which is critical. Now, I would invite Dr. Saurabh Kaushik, who has a difficult task to speak between you two and to see how he would like to bring newer insights to the discussion, in addition to what you want to reiterate of the two panelists who have shared. Over to Dr. Saurabh. And while Saurabh is speaking, I would also want Dr. Prabir Dey and Dr. Govindraj to also think on the fact how we can formalize, because both of you also talked about the challenges, of course, but formalization of the trade, one part, but what is the role of think tanks and institutions that are there? You mentioned, Dr. Govindraj sir, on the Labasana and IAP and others from India's point of view. How can we now look at evidence on this aspects of symmetry or the aspects of the diversification that you both mentioned? What is the role of think tanks in each country to strengthen and consolidate and enable the symmetry, and how we can sort of reduce the friction or end the friction on other sides? What is the role of think tanks? Something that, and also institutions of education and trade that we are engaging with. Over to you, Dr. Saurabh.
Thank you very much, sir. It is indeed very true that it's a very difficult task for me to follow two extremely erudite and senior academicians. So I would just focus on the points that I could bring forth, which are new to the discussion. So I'll be sharing a presentation. Before I begin, I would also request the participants to kindly engage with the chat and drop their questions, which we can later follow up on with the respected resource persons. So I'll be presenting now. So this is the theme that I'll be speaking on: economic partnership and connectivity between India and Nepal, from potential to delivery, which is the theme of the session. Over the last decade, from 2004 to 2005, 05 to 2024-25, there has been an eightfold increase in India's exports to Nepal, which are primarily driven by manufactured goods. And they occupy, as Dr. Prabir also highlighted, around 82% of the share, which has slightly dropped to around 79.8 now. So Nepal's trade with India is 63% of its total trade, representing a significant formal and informal trade expansion. In fact, I would highlight the fact that a large quantum of the trade between India and Nepal is informal in nature, because there are district to district connectivities across the vast open border that we share. However, what's really encouraging to note, as also pointed out by both these speakers before me, that the power trade has significantly enhanced over the past year, I would say past financial year, because it has seen a remarkable fourfold increase in terms of the revenue that it generated. So a total of 18.76 billion Nepali rupees were generated in financial year 25-26. The cornerstone of modern border trade basically lies in the institutionalization of digitalized, comprehensive frameworks, which a mode of which is integrated checkposts, which can replace the disjointed land custom stations and highly, what do you say, undeveloped or underdeveloped infrastructure that we have had with Nepal. So what these checkposts, integrated checkposts, can do is they can streamline the institutionalized cross-border movement by grouping the customs, immigration, and warehousing into a single window terminal. Currently, 3 modern ICPs are fully operational. Raxaul Birganj, the premier gateway handling 45% of the bilateral trade. The Jogbani Biratnagar, the industrial artery of eastern Nepal, and Rupai Diha Nepalganj, which features specialized cold storage. So furthermore, Sonali Bhairava is also under active construction to segregate heavy cargo from tourist traffic. And these terminals demonstrate the physical manifestation of modernized integrated border logistics and untranshipped seamless commercial trade flow from across the zero line frontier. So the requirement of transshipment by unloading and reloading the luggage on the border is no longer required, and especially if we can have railway connectivity which goes directly into Nepal. So this is a geographical representation that I made on QGIS. There are existing, proposed, and under construction integrated checkposts. So there are 15 major cross-border transit point. You can go through the list basically. So to appreciate the granularity of local commerce, we must examine these transit points which are designated along our border. These gateways facilitate agricultural exchange, which is extremely important because that is the primarily exchanged commodity that we have between the two countries. It enhances local trade and passenger commute across diverse border sectors. So while Raxaul, Jogmani, and Jayanagar utilize both road and broad gauge rail connections, other points such as Galgalia, Betamor, Barni, and Nepalganj operate primarily via road networks. And there are smaller passages like Kunali, Rajpiraj, and Jhulaghat Mahakali, and they serve as essential local border function of local border commerce. So formalizing these diverse transit channels into structured custom points under modern supervision with digitalization will represent the primary mechanism that can eliminate informal, unrecorded trade and establish a fully institutionalized cross-border transit framework. So there are 3 active rail corridors, as I already mentioned. So cross-border broad gauge rail connectivity provides the structural bedrock for this integrated transport network. And currently, these 3 operational corridors are delivering direct high-capacity transport services. The first route connecting Jayanagar in Bihar, India, with as you can see from these representation, with Kurta and Bijalpura in Nepal, and then it goes on to connect Virat. It is going on to connect Bardibas as well. So this operates, rail connectivity services primarily for passengers who are commuting on a daily basis. So it can facilitate tourism, it can facilitate local markets, and if you see the map on the right-hand corner on the left side, then you'll see that it also passes through a very important tourist center, which is the Janakpur Dham station. So, Mata Sita was born there. So this can act as a tourist artery and pilgrimage artery for Nepal as well. The other, as you can see, which is handling the highest amount of heavy bulk cargo, is the Roxol Sirsia Inland Container Port Line. So this basically facilitates most of the containerized cargo that comes from Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Haldia, and other ports in India. And also it is primarily responsible for third-party external trade for Nepal. The other one, which was recently, actually just last month or early this month, late in July, inaugurated and basically operationalized, was this Jogbani Biratnagar through the Buddhanagar line. So this became one of the first basically arteries that is directly going inside the territory of Nepal to supply containerized cargo as well. So the four proposed railway corridors are basically currently under construction, and they are Raxaul Kathmandu, as has already been mentioned, so I won't go too deep into it. So there's also Northanva Bhairava. So Bhairava is bordering Sonauli in Uttar Pradesh, which is also can be considered one of the most important tourist pilgrimage sites, because Lumbini lies very close to Bhairava, and it can act as an artery for not just trade and commerce, but also for tourism and pilgrimage. And there is Rupaidhiha Nepalganj. So a historic breakthrough occurred on July 20th, 2026, when a cargo train carrying 40 containers, as I mentioned, of mustard seed directly from Kolkata port arrived at Buddhanagar terminal in Biratnagar without any border transshipment. So this marks the first instance of direct third country cargo delivery into a Nepalese station, proving that bilateral rail corridors can slash traditional logistical transport costs by 15 to 30% at least. So there are several traded items which are basically outside the scope of INR denominated exchange. So most of it has technicalities have already been discussed by Dr. Prabir. But I just wanted to focus on these 29 industrial raw materials, because they act as the critical supply chain for development of industrial and manufacturing infrastructure in Nepal. So the Nepal Rashtra Bank, it maintains a strategic list of 29 industrial raw materials, and they are imported by Nepal by paying in USDs. So this specific protocol allows exporters to bypass certain excise duties and leverage Indian supplier concessions. So there are some administrative requirements for this. So you need an export-import code verification, should also have a letter of credit protocols, which is true for most of the trade, but there are some specific indications regarding this particular set of raw materials. And they contain chemicals and plastics, metallurgical minerals, textile, paper and packaging, and specialized engineering equipment, which is basically required for machinery and other industrial inputs. So there are concessional tariffs, which basically are given in bilateral trade. So if you compare the imports from India from imports from third country, the imports from India obviously have a much lesser import duty and other excise duties and customs taxes. So as you can see in this table, third country imports, especially metallurgical mineral imports and textile and paper-based materials and engineering parts, have a much higher surcharge on the imports from third countries. So to prevent duty evasion actually and ensure environmental safety, so an automated system has been adopted by Nepal, which has been going on for a long time. It is Asikuda World System. It routinely triggers mandatory lab testing at co-located border facilities, and chemicals are analyzed via gas chromatography and FTIR spectroscopy. Crude palm and soybean oil undergo food safety tests, and metallurgical imports are verified using X-ray diffraction. So these are some of the lab testing facilities that already exist, but these need to be enhanced much further and need to be ramped up in order to basically make the trade between India and Nepal more formal and more systematized, as Dr. They already mentioned. So there has been basically a lot of progress in this regard. So we had earlier seen that it used to take much longer for imports from India and third countries, especially from the ports, to reach the custom points and then to reach the targeted urban centers in Nepal. It has drastically reduced. And this basically is due to the fact that there has been a gradual digitization that is taking place. So in this table, you can see that there are digital platforms that Indian government has institutionalized, which basically integrate real-time tracking and customs e-filing and terminal operations. So the modern transit framework is driven by digital integration across these platforms. So the first one is Vinimay, which is land port management system. It basically oversees physical land border terminals. So it is placed in places like Bhairava and Raxaul and Viratnagar, where they can actually track all these goods that are passing through the border. It utilizes an automated ANPR smart gate systems to cut waiting times by 40 to 60%. The second is the ICE Gate, which is the Indian Custom Electronic Gateway. It manages customs compliance and national duty e-filing, and it allows for electronic custom transit declarations. The third is the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, which consolidates all forms of multimodal transport from air to sea to road, and it is a nationwide multimodal tracking database. So together they create a seamless interoperable framework. It has not really manifested itself with Nepal in 2026, but if this can actually become operationalized in across all the ICPs, the under construction IPCs and LCSs, then we can actually see a very fair amount of informal trade getting under the system scanner, and we can monitor a lot of the trade that happens. And basically, when a truck arrives, the Vinamai scans the license plate. That is the procedure. The ICE gate then verifies the duty payment, and it updates it to the ULIP, which tracks the exact moment the cargo crossed the line. So in terms of energy integration represents the ultimate success story of Indo-Nepal connectivity. Since November 2021, cross-border electricity trade has grown exponentially from 39 megawatts to over
Dr.
1100.
Sorry to cut you, but can you please wind up in a minute, because we'll open up for questions. Sorry, because I'll take this opportunity to open up for questions. Thank you. Please, can you wind up?
Sure. So this has already been actually covered by Dr. Praveer Dey, and hydropower was the prime focus of Dr. Pokhrel's presentation as well. So I'll just say that this is a graphical representation of the under construction existing grid infrastructure that we have, not just with Nepal, but with other countries as well. So there are few lines under construction, and we hope to be able to finalize the completion of these projects and be able to trade much higher volumes of electricity between the two countries. Hydropower, as it has already been mentioned, I won't be repeating it again. So this provides a great opportunity for the two countries to become a part of a regional, trilateral, as well as BBIN framework of a power pool that we can leverage mutual benefits from. So I would end my presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh, for providing that specifically the statistical insight on the resources, because I think that was also partly coming in the at a macro level. So I've gone into the micro, and also providing a pictorial representation of what are those gaps in terms of the rail connectivity and also resources pools that are available in various clusters. So thank you so much. Now we'll open up for questions. Some of the questions have been already posted on the chat. I think Dr. Govindraj Pokhrelji already responded to few. I was just seeing through them. But if you feel that you would like to, how is this, Saurabh? They have option to unmute or just put it on chat.
I would request Mr. Vivek to help me with this. So
yeah. So one question. Yeah, I think Professor Praveer Dey has also sent his document or some PPT to the question that was there on the you have worked extensively on Northeast India, and as India deepens its connectivity, partnership with Nepal, how do you see Northeast India fitting into this evolving regional architecture? Do you think the region can truly emerge as a bridge within India's neighborhood policy, or do structural constraints continue to limit its role in the neighborhood policy despite significant investments in connectivity and infrastructure? This is by Bhagmita Bortakur, sorry if I pronounce rightly, PhD scholar, Department of Humanities and Social Science, BITS Pilani. Professor Prabir Dey, I hope you got a chance to see the question. I'm just reading it for the benefit of others. You have any thoughts on?
I went through it, but
Yes.
quickly, the questions raised by the PhD scholar in BITS Pilani, Bhagmita, actually it requires a full webinar to respond to some of our very
Yes.
important, questions. But
Yes.
precisely, I can read out her mind. And I come from that region as well. So, yeah, of course, northeast part of India, which is the pivot, we call it, in our Act-East policy, Look-East policy. It's not a fixed pivot, it's a dynamic pivot. It changes. Now, in the northeast, of course, there are regional northeast specific issues. So 10 years back, when Act-East policy was introduced, northeast was very much forthcoming. Assam government set up a northeast department headed by the chief minister and high powered committee. Manipur government went ahead to set up an trilateral highway completion project with the support of the ADB. Mizoram government. So one after another, just like a domino effect, So if everything is fine, no political or interstate issues, people will be driven by the regional and global agenda. That was happening in the northeast. Northeast was truly it was coming up in terms of connectivity, trade, value chain, so on and so forth. Nepal, we were talking that please get into these rising northeast, so that using the northeast, Nepal also gets into Southeast Asia using a trilateral highway, etc. But since the last few years, I see Manipur is not in a good shape. Our trilateral highway or access to the integrated checkpost at More in Myanmar and India border, this is not happening. There is restrictions. So also in other sites, and that entire Southeast specific, ASEAN specific engagement with the Northeast currently is not there. Let me be very frank. I have to tell her, because she's a PhD scholar, she should know that there are issues in the northeastern part of India. So yes, it remains a myth. It is a high potential, but this here time I was talking about more about a sub-regional cooperation. If you cannot cross the hill, you be in the below of the hill and build a relation. So Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal itself is going to be, almost a huge market. It is over than, more than 1 trillion economy size. The regional economy in the states of India and Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. I have some statistics I can share. So, and there are regional value chains, products, services. Nepal's going to, many Nepalese and Bhutan people going to northeast Guwahati for their health treatment, for their pleasure trip, for many things. So I think there are sub-regional connects already in exist. We need to strengthen, because you can't cross the hill. Hill means that, you cannot cross going to the border in the Manipur, because there are ethnic issues. So in short, there are gaps. Bangladesh is also another. Ambassador Kanta sir has already spoken. And so in short, current shape is not in a proper shape. We need a strong diplomacy, more scholars, think tanks role, to give it in a very integrated and more positive sub-region in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since we
Yes,
have,
wanted to.
yeah, I'll come back to
Three
it. Yes,
answer.
please. Yes.
Well, one point, regarding the 1950 treaty, I think we need to have a different narrative. As I understand, it's my personal view. It's not not representing any institution. In summary, 1950 treaty says that Nepal, takes seriously India's security concern. India also seriously considers Nepal's low development pace. So that is what India looks. India be very positive towards how to develop Nepal, and Nepal looks like how India's security concern can be addressed from our border. That is one. And in this point, I just wanted to highlight: if we don't develop Nepal, as Professor Paul Collier is always used to say, that when you have a low income, youth will be hopeless. When there are many youth, if they are hopeless, there is no job, there is no dignified income, a security problem always arises, and there will be many players. Nepal is a geopolitically very sensitive place. And the third point is, like, when you talk about the energy export to India, okay, we'll have a good amount of revenue, but we'll also there has to be also win-win perspective. Like India will have also clean energy to meet their carbon target, carbon reduction target, and also stabilization of northern grid. I think if that sort of narrative is required to give message that okay, getting energy from India, Nepal is also beneficial to India. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that one point which came in on the EV, electric vehicles, also one of the questions that we have discussed.
We'll be
That's good,
exporting energy, only we'll have a surplus.
That's good.
It's energy export is fourth. First,
Correct.
you consume domestically. Second, you try to produce green ammonia, hydrogen. Then third is extra electricity will export to India. That is already Nepal government policy.
Sure. Thank you. I think because we have the next set of panelists already joining and being ready for their insights. Dr. Saurabh, more than a question for you, there is a request to share the PPT. So please do share that on the group. And thank you so much for this wonderful panel. And we've had a lot of insights ranging from how do we revisit the neighborhood and reimagine the neighborhood in terms of Indo-Nepal relationship, ranging from deficit, how to address the issue of deficit, to how do we engage digitization as a mode of resolving certain issues that are being raised by the panelists. And I think there's a lot of scope for it. Energy, accounting for track one engagement, because how do we, in the larger context of formalization of relationship that both of you mentioned, including Saurabh when he mentioned about the challenges that are there or the barriers that are there towards that goal. And yeah, so we have some good ideas to now work on for the chair here and also in collaboration with NIICE. So thank you so much once again. And again, all good panels have to end because of the next one coming. So I'll conclude here, Dr. Saurabh, and we request you to take to the next one. Thank you, Professor Prabir. Thank you, Professor Govind, Raj Pokhriyalji, and thank you, Dr. Saurabh. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Nice sharing. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chetan, for your kind acceptance and also a wonderful handling of this particular session. I would now, since we are running behind schedule, request to straight away jump into the next session, session 3, which is basically on Nepal's political transition, the China variable, and India's strategic space. So the chair for this particular panel would be Shri Ashok K. Kanta, Subhash Chandra Bose Chair Professor of International Relations at Chanakya University. I would now like to hand it over to Ambassador Kanta, sir, please.
Thank you, Saurabh. In fact, we had really good discussions in earlier panel, and so many good ideas have come up, especially from Dr. Govind Pokhriyal, from Dr. Prabir De, which require a lot of follow-up and thinking on our part. So we will engage in separate conversations with them. Now coming to this session, we have 4 speakers there, And I think there's some change in order in which they'll be speaking. So let me just give the changed order just to make sure that I'm on the right track. The first speaker will be Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, Research Director of NICE Nepal. Then we'll have Dr. Nihar Nayak, Research Fellow, South Asia Center, in IDSA, MP IDSA rather. Third speaker will be Ambassador Dinesh Bhattarai. And finally, we'll have Ambassador Ranjit Ray. Saurabh, is that the correct order in which I have to proceed?
Right, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, fine. Then I'll dispense with any opening remarks. I think I've spoken enough for the afternoon. So I'll straight away invite Dr. Pramod Jaswal to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for inviting me to this very important session. It's very important, very complex, and the time allotted is 10 minutes. So I don't know how I can manage, but I'll try to put my thoughts together, and maybe that will open floor for discussion. So that will, we can get some questions. Nepal's political transition. We all know that Nepal has series of transition. Nepal has always been in transition since 1950. We had multiple political changes from monarchy to democracy to monarchy to reintroduction of democracy. Then we had Republican and several changes within those systems. So Nepal has always witnessed a series of political transition. And in that, I have to talk about China variable and India's static space. When you talk about India and China, I think basically we start talking about India and China after the end of Cold War. During Cold War, there was intense competition between USSR and the US. That is the time where we had number of industrialization, a number of projects that emerged. But after Nepal got democracy in 1990, there is more discussion about China and India. India emerged as a strong force. India has always been a major development partner, but India started to emerge as a more visible player in the country. And China came much later after 2008. There were signals before that, but after 2008, it was quite visible after the Beijing Olympics and several other incidents that happened in Nepal that made Chinese to come very aggressively in the country. Now, in this whole picture, what I have seen is that we see political transition for shaping foreign policy. Initially, what used to happen is that basically the external power used to shape Nepal's political transition. But for the first time after 1990s, Nepalese political parties started to think on foreign policy. They started to be assertive. They started to diversify foreign policy. They started to have more engagement in the region and beyond. And they started to put their demands very aggressively and very pointed because they had to deliver to the people in terms of development, in terms of economic deliveries. In the same time, like China also started to expand footprints, as I said earlier, after 2008 Olympics. There are a series of activities in Nepal that really offended China because they see those kind of activities as anti-China, pro-Tibetan activities. And that's why China started to expand its footprint in Nepal. They started to engage with different political forces. At the time, Maoists were in power, so they started to have deeper ties with the Maoists. Then they also expanded to other communist parties. And we have seen what has happened that at the moment, China has very strong engagement with the communist forces. But at the same time, Chinese also maintained good contact with the other political parties. It's not that they only had engagement with the communist forces, but they continued to engage with other political forces they were there in the country. So they had very strong engagement with the Communist Party, but at the same time, they maintained good contact with other political forces. In this whole process, there are two factors. Nepal wanted connectivity because Nepal has not been able to develop itself in spite of being between two largest Asian powers, India and China. Both the countries are developing at a higher pace, but Nepal has not been able to benefit from that. And the reason behind is that Nepal is not connected to either. Neither Nepal borders with the major fast-growing cities of India. Nepal borders with the poorest states, poorest region of the poorest state or the poorer states. Obviously, like Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Uttarakhand, these are not very prosperous states of India. But again, we do not border with Patna, or you can say Lucknow or Calcutta. We border with poorer part of those provinces or states of India. Similarly, on the Chinese side, we do not border with Guangzhou, Shanghai, or any of the prospering cities. We border with Tibet, again, not with Lhasa, but the very remote part of Lhasa. So that's why Nepal has not been able to benefit from the rising China or rising India. And that's why Nepal really seek connectivity as an important factor that can really transform Nepal's economic engagement. In this context, China started to come with number of projects to attract Nepalese power centers. China started to offer lots of infrastructure projects, cross-border connectivity initiatives, BRI and several others. So that is how China has been able to create its space in the country. But India has always remained a very important player. India has a strategic advantage because of open border, because of deep political, economic, and cultural ties, civilization ties. There is stronger economic engagement, strong defense ties. The head of Nepal Army is the honorary head of Indian Army, and Indian head is also the honorary for the Nepalese side. So it's like these are very special relations that has made India to remain as a enduring strategic partner. India has always remained. India has a strategic advantage, I can say. But overall, we can see that there's competition in the country, and the competition is more through development. Both India and China are competing in Nepal to offer different kind of development projects related to connectivity, investment, infrastructure, economic opportunities, different initiatives that they offer. India has BIMSTEC to offer, China has BRI and other initiatives. So both the countries are competing in Nepal with a number of development packages. In this whole context, Nepal is trying to balance itself because Nepal understands its limitations. Nepal realizes that India is very important. It has open border with India. At the same time, the rising China can also be an opportunity. That is how Nepal sees, and Nepal want to also engage with China. At the same time, preserve its strategic autonomy, national interest. So Nepal has taken a very balanced strategy. In spite of taking a very balanced strategy, Nepal has been very careful of the strategic space that exists in the region. That's why Nepal has always been very sensitive to India's concerns, India's all the concern that comes from India. Similarly, Nepal also tried to maintain similar position for China because Nepal do not want to allow any anti-China activities that can really provoke the Chinese. So that's why Nepal has taken a very balanced approach. At the same time, it adheres to the strategic space that India has. In the current government, after the Gen Z movement, the current government has given highest importance to economic diplomacy. Development diplomacy is on the top priority. That's why what we have seen is that I don't know how long it will last, but the government, since the new government came to power, they have tried to give a narrative that India and China are important, but they're not the first, because when it comes to development, every partner is equally important. Probably that was the reason that he invited all the ambassadors of those who are here in Kathmandu at one go to explain that Australia is not far, or even those countries like Japan is not far. They're equally important. When it comes to economic development, everyone is equal. India is a special. China might be important when it comes to security, political relations. But at the same time, when it comes to economic development, every power is equally important. Those who can deliver more, those who can offer more, are probably might be the one more special than others. So when it comes to development diplomacy, Nepal is trying to diversify. Nepal is give priority to those countries who can invest in the country, who can bring more regional connectivity, more economic transformation, more roads, more connectivity. It is indeed that context that we have seen that after the common meeting that the Prime Minister had with all the foreign head, all the ambassadors, the first person whom he met was a Japanese ADB's president from Japan. So where Nepal and Japan ADB agreed to NAB agreed to provide 2 point something million to Nepal for its construction infrastructure development. And all those. So I think that is what we can see, a slight change. I don't know how long it will happen, but obviously Nepal will have to resist because the special relation that India enjoys, maybe India will try to assert to that. But at the same time, I think we also need to understand that there's need for India to understand the new desires and new demands that Nepal is facing. I mean, when it comes to connectivity, when India is rising, the aspiration, desire, and dreams of Nepal is also rising at the same time. So I think there's huge pressure on India as well from Nepal side that there should be more engagement in terms of infrastructure. Obviously, there is unique civilization board, there's open board of people-to-people connectivity, all exist. But what is most important at the moment is that Nepal really seeks more economic engagement, where the hydropower of Nepal can be harnessed, Nepal can benefit from that, where there can be more regional cooperation, BIMSTEC and BBIN, and Nepal can benefit from that, where there can be cross-border connectivity, railway, airports. So this is where the major focus come at the moment. At the same time, like there's a strong pressure from the Chinese that Nepal should abide to one China policy, and I think government of Nepal will agree to that because there are some indications already seen that Nepal has given a clear signal to Chinese that Nepal is trying not be against China at any cost. Nepal abide by one China policy, and Nepal will stick to that. You might have read the news today that around mid-August, there used to be a huge Tibetan conference, and that got cancelled under the pressure of China. So I think the government want to please China, stating that will not allow any kind of activities that can offend China. And obviously, in return, maybe Nepal would seek greater support in terms of digital and green economy or hydropower energy cooperation and all kind of economic engagement. I think I'll end it here and then address more if there are any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pramodji. So we move to our next speaker. Dr. Nihar Nayak, I think of MPIDSA. So can I request you to make your opening remarks?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador Kantha. This is Nihar Naik, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. My sincere thanks to the Chanakya University and the NICE for the invitation. So I'll stick to the kind of the theme has given for the presentation. I have one PPT to share, sir. May I take your permission, sir, share that PPT, sir?
Yes, yeah, please. You can share, yeah.
Okay. So is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. The theme has been already there in the program book. So there are three, if you'll see the theme, I mean the title of the theme, there are three sections in the topic. One is basically talking about the political transition in Nepal, which the previous speaker has mentioned in briefly. And the second one is the very important one in the topic, that assessing the China variable. So here the key question is whether we are going to decide whether dependable variable or independent variable, because each aspect has a different kind of interpretation. So I don't know when this topic was decided whether we are going to assess the dependent or independent variable. But I'll try to say that, but it appears like that we are going to assess the independent variable and the role of China in the series of political transition has Nepal witnessed since 1950. And the third one is basically India's strategic space, whether these Chinese variables, I mean, whether it is going to take over the Indian strategic space in the Himalayan region, particularly in the context of Nepal. So, as Dr. Pramod Jaiswal has mentioned in his presentation, I'm just repeating some of these points here. because if you'll see, there are 6 major political transitions that happened in Nepal since 1950. And if we'll go by each political transitions, like the major political transitions, we'll see majorly India's footprints or role, like a prominent role in each of these political transitions in Nepal. With the 1950 from Rana to Shaha King, then the democratic forces and the special relationship under 1950 treaty. Obviously, India had a very key role in that. And that point of time, China was not, didn't have any diplomatic relationship with Nepal. 1955, again, when the King Mahendra took over, the erosion of special relationship, which was discussed quite in details in the letter was exchanged while the treaty was signed. And this is the period where the China and Nepal established a relationship. And Mahendra was very much keen in engaging China, particularly neutralizing India's influence, because personally and individually and monarchy, particularly in securing the monarchy, he wanted to basically distance from India and using China card to neutralize India's influence. So that is where the Chinese role step came in. But here I am trying to say it was basically a Nepali-driven initiative rather than a China-driven initiative, because King Mahendra was trying to basically take advantage of the geopolitical developments in 1962 conflict between China and India. And he did that because of the Arnica highway was set off during his period. Although Chinese were more interested for the different kind of trading route. But finally they settled that the Tatopani trading route in 1960, the Arnica highway in 62. The 1960 Panchayat system, again, in India, if you see, because of geopolitical developments in 1962, the India preferred basically supporting the king and the monarchical system in Nepal, and silently supported that and ignored the democratic forces, which India initially supported in 1950s and adopted a policy like a twin pillar policy in 1950s. So here is the deviation in India's policy, started shifted from king to, and undermined the basically democratic forces role in the Nepali politics. Here again, the Chinese role was not very prominent, but India was very much interested in this kind of phase. 1990 again, the major role India played in this, and the multi-party constitutional monarchy was established, where the monarchical system was slightly lost its power, and India played a very key role in the entire transition. Again, in 2008, 2006, and 2008, a 12-point agreement again signed in New Delhi between the Maoist and the 7 political parties, when India played a key role basically mainstreaming the Maoist. And the comprehensive peace agreement was signed in November 2006, and the monarchy was abolished in 2008. In all these 3 phases, starting from November 2005 to till 2008, if you see all these political phases, India had a very prominent role. And most interestingly, while all these political events are unfolding in the southern part of the Himalayas, China largely remained mute spectator. And although, China was one of the most vocal supporter of the monarchical system in Nepal since King Mahendra's time, but when the regime change was happening in 2008, and before that, China couldn't come forward and supported the monarchical system. Perhaps it endorsed India's driven kind of political transition in Nepal at that point of time. Back to 2025 Gen Z protest, I'll not say it's a movement, it's a kind of protest, a youth protest. Again, basically basically the premature failure of the coalition government. And again, here the China was a little bit more worried about the way the regime was changed, because the Prime Minister of Nepal was just returned from SCO summit, and the government regime change happened. And also in that, also the role of Tibetan origin blood group, that Barbara Foundation role, Hami Nepal role, then the Dalai Lama's wishing to that, the Sushila Karki's government, all these were linked to that basically anti-Chinese kind of forces role in the Gen Z protest. So China was a bit worried about that, where obviously in the 2025 protest, Indian role was almost nil, because it is mostly interpreted as a home-driven kind of resentment against the that coalition government, KP Sharma Oli government. So assessing the Chinese variable, I just have to raise certain questions here. Did China actively shape Nepal's political changes? But as I said that in major political changes, I didn't find any Chinese role in that, but we'll assess as we'll progress further. Did China act in significant variable in the transformation? And if the two questions, if I say that slightly no in my interpretation, what are the available data available in the public domain, then what have been China's interest and concerns related to Nepal, which China has been deeply engaged, as Pramod mentioned, in 2008 onwards. Then what are the Chinese concerns that we have to little bit focus on that before coming to that micro details and its approaches towards Nepal since 1955 onwards. China has two concerns. I mean, obviously, Western thinkers have a different interpretations, but I found that largely three. One is basically ensuring a peaceful international border by adhering to Panchil, which China has been vocal supporter of that. It has been talking to all the countries. And second is managing Tibetan refugees. Around 16 to 70,000 Tibetan refugees has been living in Nepal and Kathmandu. And misuse of Nepali territory by external forces, particularly given its experience from the Mustang uprising, the Khampa uprising in 1959. So it has been the major kind of policy influence event, I can say, from the Chinese point of view while dealing with the Nepal policy. And US's role in that, United Kingdom, France, and Scandinavian countries. So China interprets that these Western countries has been supporting this anti-Chinese activities and supporting the Tibetan refugees in Nepal. Particularly, they found that in when this anti-Chinese protests were carried in the border region in August 2008, when the interim government was there in Kathmandu. What has been the Chinese approaches to address these concerns? I'll just go that. Unconditional support to the monarchy till 2008. The demarcation of the border, they signed that peace and friendship treaty in 1960s. Assurance from the Nepal for adhering to the One China principle, which they have been repeatedly doing till 2020. Supporting zone of peace during the King Birendra in 1975. They supported, along with the Pakistan and USA, in fact, supported the zone of peace proposal. The development aids and technical assistance, which has been drastically increased in 2008 onwards in the post-monarchy period. Then supporting industries in Nepal, a lot of industries set up with the Chinese support in the early 90s. Then special development packages for the 15 border districts in Nepal. If you'll see, just to keeping in mind the Tibet, how to control the Tibetan anti-Chinese activity of Tibetan groups, that's why they focus the border development programs in these 15 border districts of Nepal, which has been still continuing quite strongly. Then I didn't find no indication of the supporting the Maoist movement that's going on in Nepal in the 1 decade long people's war is going on. I didn't find any active Chinese support to the Maoist uprising in Nepal. Then approaches of the post-monarchy, if you'll see how this, again, the post-monarchy period, they remained mostly silent during the regime changes in 2008. Diversified their approaches, as Pramod mentioned, the state-to-state relations to army, bureaucracy, police, political parties, people's level. That is why so many Chinese city centers, if you see, sister agreements have been signed up, roughly 14 are there. Massive increase in economic activities, investment, now the second largest investor. Trade, second largest trade. ODA is a massive increase in that. Scholarship level has gone up to more than 1,000 from the over 50 scholarships in 2006. Then obviously Belt and Road Initiative is the latest edition in that. UML was added as a trusted political ally in 2013. Left Union government has been an active policy of Nepal 2016 onwards. Introduction of Chinese NGOs has been 20 NGOs are operating currently. Promoting Chinese language, transit facilities in Nepal 2016. They offer 4 transit routes. 9 projects under Belt and Road Initiative 2017. Opposed Millennium Challenge Corporation by using Chinese developed constituencies, political constituencies in Nepal quite strongly. Now they are pushing for to counter MCC and special partnership program of USA, like bringing out the Global Security Initiative, Global Cultural Initiative, and Global Development Initiative. So, but they have been recently expressed quite strongly that involvement of Tibetan broad origin groups in the role in the Gen Z protest. Chinese position in Nepal in a relationship will see often we have been interpreted in a very negative way that China has not been. Yes, sir.
Dr. Naik, you will have to wrap up in the next minute or so. Yeah.
So China has been supporting and pushing Nepal basically to have a good relationship with India. That did in the 1989 blockade, 2015 blockade, Lipu Lake border they have been supporting, and 1998 China supported Nepal as part of Indian sphere of influence. So India's strategic space in post of now in development, if you see mostly formidable. I don't see any major changes in strategic space of India in the Nepal, like no, the still continues formidable defense barrier, priority country. India's sensitivities still continues, is a priority country, neighborhood first one policy. Three major concerns I'd like to hear: demographic changes in Tarai, Chinese infrastructure in Tarai, and Nepal continue as a part of the FATF grey list. India's contradiction always in the Chinese advantages, like I have articulated in that clear. But one thing actually that the 2015 that border issues has been hugely actually put China in advantage in case of the Nepal. I conclude my presentation by saying that Western presence in Nepal would force China to increase its stake in Nepal. China does not consider India as an adversary in Nepal. Western interests to create regional tension between India and China. So India should engage in Nepal as per its economic capability, geocultural advantage, and strategic requirements without having any competition with China and USA in the Himalaya region. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Naik, for your presentation. I will not offer any comments here because we are running behind schedule. I'll now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Dinesh Bhattarai. Dr. Bhattarai? Yeah. Saurabh, is he present there?
Sir, I think
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Bhattarai
can
might
hear
be there.
you.
Kindly
He's there,
unmute yourself.
he's here. I can see him, sir. You have to unmute. Yeah, now we can hear you, sir. Please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations at Chanakya University, Bangalore, and the Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement. Nice for the invitation to this webinar. It is my honor and privilege to join the distinguished panelists. As Ambassador Kantiji in his keynote address mentioned, the purpose of this webinar is to have candid conversation and come out with concrete ideas for strengthening bilateral relations. I think that is what is needed. I think transition has been mentioned by the previous speaker, Pramodji and Niharji. I will be very brief. Transition in Nepal has been a recurring feature happening in almost a decade or so. The focus of every transition has been about the people and their expectations and rights, about delivery, accountability, and transparency. Well, ever since 1950-51, Nepal entered into modernity and democratic era with the end of Rana oligarchy. Since then, every democratic transformation, I would say, has India's goodwill and moral support. And as has been mentioned, in 2006, a comprehensive peace agreement ended a decade-long armed Maoist conflict and mainstreamed the Maoist rebels into a peaceful constitutional process. In 2008, elections to the Constituent Assembly were held. The 250-year-old institution of monarchy was abolished. And in 2025, the Constituent Assembly wrote a constitution, and that was proclaimed formally, and Nepal became a federal democratic republic. There are two federal elections to the parliament under the new constitution, but come 2025, there was a peaceful Gen Z movement on September 8, which unfortunately was infiltrated by undesirable elements next day, causing widespread destruction of public property, leading to huge losses to state exchequer. Then election followed and a near two-thirds majority government led by a young prime minister is in place. That begins yet another transition. As Pramodji said, Nepal has always been in transition. Along with the internal political transition, we all face a transition in international order that was established after the Second World War. The world is undergoing a profound and structural shift. I would say the current world is disordered, in which frustrated population, opportunists and populists have discredited almost all of the world major institutions that are vital to safeguarding the post-war liberal world. The Cold War rested on two pillars. First, balance of power was based on nuclear deterrence. Second, the network of institutions, including the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions that were based on the idea of law and rules, are being weakened. This has changed with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, and then followed by Israel, US-Israel war on Iran and all that. Middle East is engulfed in war and unrest unseen before. Now I come to Nepal-India relations and what has been given to us, the China variable, and I will also talk about Nepal, India, and China. Nepal has been living with its immediate neighbors, India to the south and China to the north, for centuries. They always have been large and influential actors. I understand that this is the reality. Nepal's future cannot be divorced from geographical realities. Nepal-India relations are multi-layered, multidimensional, and comprehensive, sharing deep cultural and religious links. The two countries share so much in common. Perhaps no two sovereign nations interact as extensively and so comprehensively on a daily basis as India and Nepal do. Their relationship is founded on enduring historical, cultural, traditional, religious, social, and economic ties. The two countries share an open border, while people-to-people contacts constitute the most dynamic dimension of our unique relationship. India is Nepal's closest neighbor and largest economic partner. Nepal's transit route passes through India. It has the biggest market, which is viewed for opportunities even by great powers. India is one of the largest source of employment opportunities for Nepalese. Nepal also remains a source of remittance for India. India's concerns include security along the open border, growing influence of external powers, connectivity, water resources, and Himalayan security. Nepal's age-old relations with India are precious, and they are independent of Nepal's growing relation with China. No relation with any country can substitute Nepal's relation with India. Now I come to China. China of today is not a China of what it was when it emerged as the People's Republic of China in 1949. China has changed, so have we. The unprecedented rise of China has attracted the attention of the world, and today, no foreign policy discussions are complete without a mention of China. China's growing economic strength is manifested through the launching of the Belt and Road Initiative, infrastructure, connectivity, trade, investment, and in supply chains. Of late, China's engagement between political parties, provincial governments, think tanks, media, development projects, and people-to-people relations are expanding. China fears that Tibetan refugees in Nepal could become an epicenter of Tibetan agitation. Beijing appears highly concerned about security issues related to Tibet. China links the development, stability, and prosperity of Tibet to be closely intertwined with its own development, stability, and prosperity. President Xi Jinping chose Nepali soil during his visit in 2019 to warn that, I quote, anyone attempting to split China in any part of the country will end in crushed bodies and shattered bones, unquote. China's presence, role, and influence are increasing in South Asia, and so are trade, investment, diplomatic, and political engagement. We must take note that Beijing's interests are more than economic. As for Nepal, it remains committed to its long-standing one-China policy. Now, a little bit, I will talk about Nepal, India, and China. Economic weight, strategic influence, and the global reach of India and China have increased the geopolitical importance of Nepal's location, attracting heightened attention from countries beyond the region, particularly great powers. There is no question of Nepal taking sides of any neighbors. No chance of binary choices. We believe in non-alignment and strategic autonomy, as has been mentioned. Nepal has a policy of friendship with all and enmity with none. We want India-China relations to be stable and tension-free. Nepal wants them to come together, work together, and realize the dream of Asian century. As a country situated between them, we want their collaboration pursued with full respect for Nepal's sovereignty, territorial integrity, strategic sensitivities, and independent right to pursue its national interest and foreign policy. The way forward could include increased economic cooperation, enhanced connectivity, inclusive of air, rail, road, and digital connectivity. Nepal has a huge amount of clean energy, and all three countries can benefit from harnessing it. India can do a lot on facilitating Nepal's trade with third countries and build a towering edifice of mutual trust. There is already a cross-border pipeline between Nepal and India, the first of its kind in the region. The recent news report of direct rail cargo from Kolkata to Biratnagar is very encouraging, marking a major milestone in Nepal's trade and transit regime. Expanding rail-based freight connectivity to other points could help reduce import costs and bring several benefits. Such pragmatism will go a long way to correct the huge trade deficits that Nepal has with India. Now, the problems without passport, as has been quoted, attributed to the late UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan, are raising their ugly heads. Nepal, India, and China can come together and work jointly to address the growing threats of climate change, transnational crime, cyber crimes, trans-border challenges, and terrorism. Another common asset in our countries is the presence of youth. Youth have proved to be the true strength and future of our nations. In conclusion, let me highlight few points. First, Nepal's transition has been perennial. And second, as a neighbor to China, we have to manage the presence of Beijing's growing power and influence rather than ignore it. China's unprecedented rise reflects broader geopolitical changes rather than simple bilateral issue. Third, the future of Nepal-India relation should be based on mutual trust, respect for sovereignty, shared prosperity, and sensitivity to each other's legitimate interests. India is Nepal's indispensable neighbor. We deeply appreciate India's generous assistance to Nepal, which has gone a long way in advancing the process of socio-economic transformation in Nepal since 1950. Now, I would like to say that being next door neighbors does not mean that we well understand each other's problems and realities. A trust deficit exists, leave alone perception aside. Trust is the key infrastructure of any enduring relationship. There is a national consensus in Nepal that we will not allow the use of our soil for any activity hostile to our neighbors. We expect full reciprocity in this matter. Already agreed projects should be put into implementation without further delay. As Ambassador Ashok Kantiji mentioned, the negotiation of Pancheshwar project in late 1990s. Meetings of the majority of bilateral mechanism, which are over 40, stand stalled. They should meet regularly, not letting the irritants persist. As you mentioned, as the chair mentioned, is a pragmatic suggestion. On 1950s treaty, EPD was formed and a joint task force submitted its report. The status of the report remains unknown to this day. I concur with what he mentioned, what the chair mentioned. India playing a leading role in the region and does not mean a dominant role. In conclusion, situated between two large and powerful neighbors, Nepal knows where to stand. Global scenario is extremely complicated. A peaceful, stable, and democratic Nepal is in India's interest. We in Nepal are highly positive about India's rising power and influence. A united, cooperative, peaceful, and prosperous South Asia is in the interest of all of us. Regional cooperation cannot be ignored for long. SAARC has to be brought back to its life. We must move beyond rhetoric and enter the phase of pragmatic cooperation. The warmth of people-to-people contacts should be reflected in the state-to-state relation also. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh Bhattarai, for your very insightful and thoughtful remarks coming from your long experience. I wish I had more time to comment on some of the things you said, but I think that can wait another day. We'll continue this conversation. Since we're running behind schedule, let me move on straight away to last speaker of this session, Ambassador Ranjit Ray. Ranjit, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashok, and thank you, Chanakya University and NICE for organizing this very important discussion. I don't have too much to add. I mean, the three speakers before me have already given a comprehensive analysis of the subject. I just want to take on from what Ambassador Dinesh Bhattarai said. He situated the India-Nepal relationship within a global and a regional context. And I think it's very important that when we examine the bilateral relationship, we keep in mind what's happening across the globe and in the region, because this invariably impacts on the bilateral relationship. Secondly, he spoke about the comprehensive nature of the relationship. You know, we have this web of interdependencies. We have this multi-dimensional, many-faceted, very deep, even intimate relationship. And I think, you know, it's also an asymmetric relationship. So the psychology of the relationship is also something we really need to keep in mind. I don't think India-Nepal relationship will ever be like a cloudless sky without any clouds in the sky. There will always be clouds in the relationship simply because it is too close and too intertwined. The challenge is to manage this relationship, to try and resolve the differences and ensure that our development partnership and this web of interdependencies, as Ambassador Shokant mentioned in the very beginning, are strengthened. The second point I wanted to make also is we are missing one very important element in this discussion, and that's the role of the United States and the competition between the US and China and how that impacts on Nepal and the India-Nepal relationship. So I don't think you can look at the role of China simply in isolation. Of course, China is a neighbor, and so there are a whole lot of issues. Tibetan issue has been mentioned. But I think the fact that the China and the US are competing globally also has implications for Chinese behavior and actions in Nepal. And we've recently seen, as Pramod mentioned, that this conference on Tibetan issues, an international conference which had been agreed many years ago, has just been cancelled by the Nepalese government, presumably under pressure from China, and presumably this conference would have had backing from Western countries. So I think, it's also important to bring in the Nepal's, as they say, sky neighbor, US, into this discussion. A lot has been said about Nepal's political transitions. For me, there were one or two very important takeaways in the present transition. The present transition builds on the achievements of the past. The present transition takes for granted that Nepal is a multi-party democratic republic, and it is building on it. So it is not asking for political changes so much, fundamental political changes like the earlier transitions. It is asking for good governance and corruption-free governance. And the Gen Z movement has thrown up a whole batch of new leaders, educated leaders, technically very suave, technically very, very savvy leaders who can communicate. And these are people with agency. These are people who have excelled in their own fields, and they have come into politics after achieving a lot in whichever area they were working in. So it's a very different kind of political transformation that has taken place. Many of these leaders have studied in Western countries. Many of these leaders, including the Prime Minister, for instance, as Pramod said, has studied in Bengaluru. So this is the other aspect of this transition is that, there are no isms. It is not any transition with any ism or ideology. The only ideology is pragmatic ideology, good governance, anti-corruption. And from India's perspective, I think what's very important is, as other speakers have said, India is nowhere in this very major transformation that has taken place. So nobody has blamed India. I know the then Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, tried to say that India is behind it, but I don't think there were any serious for it. And so this is a very good perspective. Second good thing from our perspective is that this transition has led to the rout of the leftist parties, the communist parties in Nepal. And this is also a major development. For those of us who study Nepal, we know how over the years, the Chinese government, apart from the development programs, was very keenly promoting left solidarity, unification of all the communist parties and so on. And the rout of the communist parties in this transition, I think, is a very important element to remember, very positive from our perspective and not so positive from the Chinese perspective. And I think the Chinese have been a little looking at the changes in Nepal, with a certain amount of anxiety. And there is this perception that perhaps the new government is more inclined to the West and especially to the US. And I say this because when the foreign minister of Nepal visited China, the Chinese foreign minister said that a close neighbor is more important than a distant relative. And I think, he was implying about the priorities that Nepal should have in its foreign policy. So I think this is another takeaway from this transformation that has taken place. The next point I wanted to mention also is that, while the government in Nepal today is focusing on its domestic priorities, I think its foreign relations are also very, very critical. And it's very important that we have high level political engagement and contact between the leaders. Because, this, as you said, Ashok, this is a rupture in the transitions of Nepal. A whole new generation of leaders have come up. And this leadership is not really very well known to us in India or to Indian leaders. And so it's very important that there is speedy contact and engagement between the top leadership in both countries, given the fact that our interests are so significant. And so I'm very happy that the chairman of the Rashtriya Swatantra Party and the foreign minister visited Nepal, and India keenly awaits the visit of Prime Minister Balendra Shah of Nepal, on a suitable occasion, because I think this kind of high-level interaction is extremely necessary. And perhaps, one or two more points I wanted to make. Historically and traditionally, we've seen movement for developments in Nepal as a zero-sum game. The government is closer to some country, not so close to some other country, who benefits more, who has lost out in these transitions and changes. And, while that may be important, I think in a longer term perspective, we in India should be extremely confident in the nature and the strength and the dynamic of our bilateral relationship. As Ambassador Bhattarai said, no other relationship can substitute for the kind of relationship that India and Nepal have. And if we stick to our agenda for development partnership, for economic integration, as you said, developing this network of interdependencies, real interdependencies, where each country depends on the other country for something very significant for its economy, I think then we can be assured. I think then we don't really need to be so affected by what other countries are doing in Nepal if we are very confident about the nature of the relationship. And secondly, I wanted to also mention that, this is a dynamic environment. Relationships change. Now, India-China relationship is looking up. I think, a lot of the restrictions that had been imposed earlier are being lifted. How will this impact in terms of how India views the China-Nepal relationship? Will this also lead to, for instance, improvement? Dr. Govindraj Pokhrel mentioned that we don't buy power from projects that have Chinese EPC contractors. So will the India-China growing relationship have an impact in terms of whether India starts buying electricity from Nepalese projects that have Chinese contractors? So I think this is, it's a dynamic, evolving situation. And so, we should look at it not as something that is cast in stone. The last word I wanted to mention, and I think you had mentioned it, we have to, we have to really walk the talk with regard to implementation. When I was posted in Nepal, the constant refrain I had was India promises but does not deliver. And I think, we need to really go into the nuts and bolts issues in terms of how to improve delivery. To some extent, we have tried to do it by setting up joint monitoring mechanisms that review implementation of projects. And I think this has speeded up some projects. The oil pipeline, for instance, was completed in record time, even before the target date. And our integrated checkposts and the railway connectivity projects are proceeding well. Hydropower, I think, is one area where the Satluj project is proceeding well, but Pancheshwar and Upper Karnali seem to be stuck. So I think really, if you were to ask me one thing we need to do, I think we need to look at all our projects and do everything we can to speed up their implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjit. I really don't need to comment on your remarks because I agree almost entirely with what you had to say. We are running behind schedule, but let me just, flag 2-3 points here, which came up during presentations by four very learned speakers, and all presentations were of high quality, very insightful. A couple of issues which were kind of recurring theme through the presentations. One, how Nepal has been going through a near continuous cycle of transitions, and how India had a larger role to play in these transitions compared to China's role. Uh, you know, that may be true superficially, but if you step back and start looking at those transitions in a more in-depth manner, beginning with the last transition, what happened as a result of Gen Z movement, as Ambassador Ranjit Ray brought out, India didn't have any role whatsoever to play in this transition, but we responded positively. And Prime Minister Modi was very quick in acknowledging the role of the youth in the transition, in congratulating the interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki, and expressing full support to Nepal in this hour of anxiety. Likewise, in previous cases also, by and large, we always stepped on the side of the people of Nepal. If you look at, for instance, what happened, it was referred to earlier, what happened in 2005, 6, 7, 8, that period, Jan Andolan 2, before that, mainstreaming of the Maoists. Yes, it's true that some of those changes are midwifed in India. But again, our objective was not to in any way enlarge India's influence. It was just to facilitate a popular movement towards its denouement, so to say. Looking at China's role, in fact, it will be a mistake to look at China's role in Nepal in particular and South Asia in general as a steady continuum. It has been far from that. In Nepal, until say about a decade ago, by and large, they were reluctant to get involved in day-to-day politics in Nepal, with the exception of, earlier supporting monarchy, later, as Ranjit brought out, investing very heavily in leftist forces, and then, of course, also supporting Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli in ways, which are not very normal in involvement of foreign countries in internal affairs in other country. This was very different from what had happened in the past. China's involvement in day-to-day politics of Nepal, sort of nudging along certain political outcomes. Third point I wanted to make very briefly is that it's true, Nepal is located between these two giant countries, India and China. But we remain, as Ranjit rightly brought out, very confident about kind of relationship we have with Nepal, because we have absolutely no doubt about the fact, as Ambassador Dinesh Bhattacharya brought out, no other two sovereign countries have kind of extensive engagement that India and Nepal have. So it's in many ways, it's a very unique relationship with strengths very difficult for others to replicate. So our answer to China's growing role in South Asia in general, or Nepal in particular, I always argue that we don't need to obsess over China's role. What we need to do is to step up our own game. And we have these strengths and synergies and linkages which are very favorable We have our strategic geography in South Asia. And most importantly, there's much India and these countries can do to be helpful of each other. What we talked about, creating a very sticky web of interdependencies, which a third country cannot replicate. So I'll conclude here by once again thanking the four speakers for their very thoughtful, insightful remarks. We have learned a lot from deliberations today, even though we are running a little behind schedule. And now we move on to the next, and the final session of the day. Saurav, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. This was probably the most interesting session of all, where we could gauge a lot of perceptions from both the scholarly as well as the diplomatic community. Moving on, we have the final panel discussion session for the day. And this is themed and titled People to People Ties, Youth Engagement, Development Cooperation, and Soft Power. This session will be chaired by Ambassador Ranjit Rai, former Ambassador of India to Nepal, Vietnam, and Hungary. And there are four speakers for this session as well. So I will hand over the mic now to Ambassador Ranjit Rai, sir, please.
Well, thank you very much. And, it's a pleasure really to interact with young people, because they're really going to lead the relationship between our countries. And, we see what's happening in our entire neighborhood, where our young generations have a lot of agency, they have demands, they want good governance. And so I think it's very important for the existing leadership in all our countries to listen to the voice of the younger generation and to respond positively to their demands and their requests. So we have four speakers over here. All of them are experts in this field of people-to-people ties, especially youth engagement, soft power, and development cooperation, and how this can bring the youth of our countries together. I think one of our Dr. Govind Pokhrel has already spoken about the need for connecting the young leadership between the two countries. So let me now request Professor Dr. Chetan Singhal to lead off our discussion in this segment. Over to you, Dr. Singhal.
Thank you, Ambassador Ranjit Rai, sir. Thank you so much. And as you said, we are four of us, so I will try to be very quick and to the point, to the extent possible. I have put together a deck so that some of those pointers, if I am not able to communicate, maybe we could discuss in the discussion section. I would first, as an opening panelist, keep things a little broader. And maybe further, when we deal with other questions coming up, I would like to come back on those issues. So let me share the slide 1 second. Sorry. Saurabh, please confirm whether you're able to see my slides.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we all have had our own way of understanding the impact of soft power and how soft power is perceived, both in theoretical sense and also in terms of how nation states respond to it. So I'll keep that for now as a point of discussion and also contestation. But for now, operationally, soft power is largely looked at how we think of relationships beyond those tangible elements of power, traditional elements of power, to the newer forms of power. So on one front, we see that how the nations at the both ends that are looking for in terms of collaboration, when we are reimagining relationships, and not just relationship, but partnership. One is we have this lived experience, right, from thousands of years on one hand. On the other hand, post-independence, we see that the 1950 treaty, provides us a framework through which we reflect upon exchange of people-to-people collaboration, or people coming across the borders seamlessly, right? So that is something unique, which even Ambassador Kanta flagged in his keynote. How do we strengthen this relationship? How do we consolidate? And more importantly, how do we harness this identity that we have evolved over time is very critical at this point. From policy perspective, how do we convert this into an institutional trust, from inherited trust to an institutional trust? And I strongly believe the three entities who are the beyond the state and also who enable the state, that is higher education institutions, civil society, and how these two would now nudge the local governments and domestic governments to engage on this particular aspect of conversion of the inherited trust to institutionalization of this trust is the first argument that I would like to place. And as a result of this, how are we able to sustain that historical antecedents that we had towards the state to state diplomacy on one hand, and but not limit only to that, but go beyond that. So that's my first opening thought that I would like to share. Now, coming to the youth engagement, I'm sure my co-panelists would highlight in more detail, specifically on youth to youth connect, use of social media, and many others. But I would still sort of anchor my thoughts on the institutionalization of that youth to youth engagement. One is the demographic dividend. Both nations are well placed in terms of the resource pool that we have in terms of the demographics, that is the youth who are under the age of 35. Both nations have equal sort of percentile in terms of the population of the nations we compare. But what we also see is the initiatives that have been taken place. The best example is the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR. There's a dedicated engagement with the youth from Nepal coming to India for higher education as part of student exchanges. But that is what I call more of a passive engagement, right? It is just one way. But how do we then convert that through the institutional processes to sort of go beyond learning from the students coming from Nepal to India, but also how Indian students can go to Nepal and be part of the ecosystem back in Nepal and vice versa, is something that is what we need to reflect upon. And I would say that there are many other aspects like climate change where that becomes a common ground on which both nations could engage, youth of both nations could engage, because we all know that environment knows no boundaries, but at the same time, the challenges are being faced by the domestic entities. So there are a lot of such initiatives that we could think of. So India-Nepal Young Leaders Fellowship could be another way of engaging. And I'm sure the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations could definitely reflect on this thought and see how we can also institutionalize it from our end, not at the nation to nation end, but how it can become an idea that can be rooted into the larger institutionalization process. So, but the larger point I'm trying to drive here is that demographic dividend should become a diplomatic dividend, and it should not merely become more of an informal knowledge, opinionated knowledge, or just a matter of sharing lived experiences or testimonials of youth between two nations. And that's very critical at this point of time. And we have a lot of that to share and engage. Similarly, the knowledge diplomacy. So this is my core slide that I would like to anchor upon. So as we all know, the nation in India, we have the National Education Policy 2020, which is in its 6th year of implementation. And it has really sort of revisited the way education, where it was seen in the past as more of education as a means towards the project of nation building. Today, it is seeing education not merely as a project of nation building, but also the project of regional aspiration, global aspiration. And the key term that the national education policy uses is internationalization at home, right? And when it says internationalization at home, it doesn't only look at the nation, but at the extended neighborhood and the neighborhood per se. So that is an opportunity which is already there at the national level, providing us that framework to engage across the seamless border, across the open border that we have between India and Nepal by virtue of the 1950 treaty. Now, when we look at this, we are also anchoring ourselves into not just education, but also exchange for research, which is very, very crucial. Similarly, can both nations work towards the larger agenda of the global knowledge hub? aspirationally, and that's where we have to start. We have students coming here from Nepal to study in India. We have scholars from India and researchers from India going to Nepal to engage in their collaborative endeavor. But again, they remain largely siloed into a set of practices or another set of individual collaborations. The institutionalization is something which we don't see. But today, with transnationalization becoming as a norm in Indian context by virtue of NEP, there is a possibility of having universities. We had, unfortunately, we could not have the panelists from Tribhuvan University. I'm sure that university could also become one of the starting point to see how they could find India as an opportunity, and vis-a-vis universities from India as Nepal being opening up opportunities for such transnationalization engagement, as well as beyond the student exchange, many other modes of engagement. So the chair, I again would like to anchor how we see at the Subhash Chandra Bose chair this opportunity or this particular endeavor to be harnessed. Now, India-Nepal Knowledge Corridor can be there where, as I mentioned, the university where we are situating ourselves as the chair's initiative being anchored, and Kathmandu University and many other think tanks can develop this corridor efficiently. And for that is where we harness the demographic dividend to the maximum. And hence it can help in building those relationships. And again, these are my wish list. At the same time, we need to also go back to my first point. For this to happen, institutionalization is very critical. We can't just depend on those informal lived experiences, but sort of consolidate them into institutional processes where both of us agree on this aspect. This is my colleague, Dr. Sanket, was also discussing, and I think this is something that is of great value, that we in India, we are able to successfully implement the National Skills Qualification Framework, right, since 2009. So it's kind of a long experience that we had in terms of strengthening, wherein very simple logic is recognition of prior learning, where it is getting formalized based on one's own knowledge or skills that they have. So here is where an opportunity again comes, where we can, again, going back to the first slide of this open borders and the number of citizens of Nepal working in India, and also potential that the neighboring states of the border of Nepal in India can also see opportunity there to enable, especially in hydropower, tourism, healthcare, etc., which are very central to also Nepal's growing opportunity. How can we evolve this model of certifying the labor going there to that country in Nepal and to India and vice versa, and how India can become a point of reference to developing this India-Nepal skills mobility framework. The similar one, the skilling is much, according to me, skilling for the youth is much easier. But I would want to again propose on these lines a bigger aspirational model based on my earlier point on transnational. That is, can we have a South Asian higher education qualification framework with India and Nepal taking a lead? That's my larger aspirational agenda, but I'm just putting it for discussion, right? This is something which is feasible. Start with skilling. The last second point I had to share to all of you was how we can convert and translate our engagements, cooperations into a certain public legitimacy component. Can we co-design projects with local communities? There are projects, I'm sure, in various institutions, various bodies that they're engaging with, but we need to take the recent and the contemporary aspects of, for example, digital public infrastructure. There's a lot of scope in India for that. There's a lot of work happening. In fact, the Global Development Research Network, led by Professor Jean-Louis Arcand. Interestingly, I was also taken aback when I realized a couple of years ago that Global Development Research Network is established by an act of Indian Parliament, and where Jean-Louis Arcand is the current president. So they have taken the digital public infrastructure aspect very seriously in India. And there are, of course, with the sector that we are dealing with, the IT sector and the other services sector, which are enabling ITS sector, are quite actively pursuing that in Indian context. How can this become a factor for connecting the youth, and how this can also attract? Definitely, Bollywood is nothing less than this attraction that we can have. But I would say this is something that we can look at as a potential mode of seeking legitimacy among the youth and take up these projects to also work with the local communities. That's something. So how do we see this from the chair point of view? Shifting from connectivity diplomacy to knowledge diplomacy is a very important dimension. And hence, I would say that to measure this impact that we are proposing and the impact that is waiting for us to explore as a potential opportunity across two nations, we can have the knowledge partnership as one of the factor, youth leadership, policy innovation as three important pillars on which we can, and these three pillars are mutually inclusive, they're not exclusive. And hence we can initiate of course, we also heard in previous panel that most of it is track 2 or maximum to track 1.5, but track 1 is very critical. Can we develop certain policy labs on specific issues which are common to both the nations and convert them into ideas through policy briefs and also enable forum for them to discuss at the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations. We are having our first neighborhood forum at Chanakya University by end of this year in November. So that's similar forums can be provided for youth to share their perspectives and be heard, so that we go back to my first point, that is enabling resilient institutions rather than episodic exchanges. And that's where I would rest my thoughts here for now. And I'll be happy to learn from other panelists and discuss my pointers. Thank you, Ambassador Ranjit. Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you. And first of all, apologies for mispronouncing your name, Dr. Singhai.
That's
so, but I think the point that you made about how to convert inherited trust into institutionalized trust and the many recommendations that you've given are very valuable. I just want to add my two penny bit. One is, in the European Union, they had the system of Erasmus Mundi scholarships, where you're studying in one university in one country, and you can go for 1 or 2 semesters to another university in another country. And those credits are recognized by your parent university. So why can't we start a similar system with Nepal, for instance? I think it would be a very good way of bringing young people together. And the second idea that I have been writing about and speaking about is, why can't we have Himalayan Games, for instance? All our states and the countries of the Himalayan region, we could have, special Himalayan Games every couple of years, and it will really motivate the young people in these countries. So these, are two small suggestions. And third one, of course, when you talk about skill development, Nepal has 7 provinces. Why can't India set up, a skill development center in each province? We have these high impact community development projects. It's not difficult to do that, especially given the experience that we've garnered since 2009, as you mentioned. So those were just some points I wanted to mention. But now I want to move on to
Thank you.
Pushpa Kumari. Pushpa is a very dynamic research fellow at the Vivekanand International Foundation. And, I've had the pleasure of interacting with her and working with her. So over to you, Pushpa.
Thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes,
Okay.
you are.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir. At first, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Subhash Chandra Bose, Chair of International Relations, and Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, Vivek Thapa, Ambassador Ashok Kanta. Thank you for having me. Thank you, sir, for having me. So I would like to start with, as we know, the new government in Nepal formed in March this year. And then the first visit that happened after the formation of the government was RSP Chair Rabi Lamithane and then the Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal. After their visit, I believe that the stage is set to refresh and rethink the steps to take in the direction of engagement. And at the outset, I would like to, give a brief overview of what has been done so far to strengthen the bilateral ties. And I will later on propose a few measures which may help fill the gaps in the existing mechanisms. So as we all know, India and Nepal share a unique bilateral relationship that has age-old historical and cultural linkages, open borders, and deep people-to-people ties. And these ties are not just part of bilateral relationships, but it forms a structural feature of the partnership. And we all know around 8 million people, Nepali citizens, live and work in India, and similarly, more than 6 lakh Indians reside in Nepal, and Indians account for almost 30% of Nepal's Nepal tourism tourist. And so, as already Dr. Singh has mentioned, that India has been doing so many things in the academic sector as well as the professional training programs. We have been providing more than 1,500 scholarship annually to Nepali students, and more than 3,700 Nepali professionals, officials, defense personnel have been trained under the ITC training program since 2001. So, and institutions such as Swami Vivekananda Culture Center, Nepal Bharat Library, BP Koirala India Nepal Foundation are some of the very important mechanism for the cultural as well as intellectual exchanges. And we know that soft power in India-Nepal relation, particularly in this bilateral context, is not limited to just state messaging. We can see it is deeply embedded in everyday life as well. Open borders, shared culture, education, daily trade, migrations, common festivals, marriages, and familial ties are some of the few very important things that define India-Nepal relations. And post the Gen Z protest across South Asia, starting from Sri Lanka, we have seen that it has become increasingly important to have youth engagement and youth-centric policies, keeping in the needs and aspiration of the significant percentage of the population that youth account in Nepal as well as in India. So therefore, without taking so much time as we are already ahead of the schedule, so I would like to present few points in which both countries can work together to strengthen their relationship and be the partner in development and growth. So my first point is that we should establish an Indo-Nepal Youth Synergy Mission, under which we can create a dedicated visible mechanism under MEA, where fixed amount should be allocated to funding scholarships, educational exchanges, innovation hubs, startup support, joint workshop for India and Nepali youth. And this dedicated mission will signal long-term commitment that India have in investing in the human capital, human resource capital, and making youth engagement a core pillar rather than an ad hoc activity. So operationalizing, just a second. And operationalizing and need to refresh the MOU that has been signed in 2014 for the cooperation framework in the field of youth development excellence. It need to be refreshed, and we need to rethink considering the fact that so much has changed in past few years in terms of youth, how youth is seeing politics and the international relations of their country. And we can also expand the ICCR scholarship as per the job market and current needs. We can expand courses in fields such as artificial intelligence, information and technology, data analysis, media studies, climate change and disaster management. This is one of the very important area in which we can collaborate. As we know, the climate knows no border. And this will also create a shared professional network across border that may impact long-term collaboration in high demand fields. And my second point is that we should expand and advance our cooperation in the field of entertainment, art, and sports collaboration. As Ambassador Ray has already mentioned, that sport exchanges are very useful because they create low-cost, high visibility public interaction across all social groups, and it also reinforces the idea of an open connected space. And launching a South Asia Film Festival showcasing the and celebrating creativity across South Asian artists and creator can be one of a very significant step towards celebrating the creativity of youth as well as the South Asian nationals. And my third point is that we should also advance social media engagement and create a digital ambassador program as well. So facilitating collaboration among Indians and Nepalese content creator can also enhance the image and advance understanding of the youth about the deep-rooted historical, cultural, and civilizational ties that both countries share. Also, as we know that the Nepal government has recently started a tourism familiarization trip initiative, FAM initiative, inviting Indian content creator to visit and explore Nepal through their own lens. So I think this should be done in collaboration rather than in separation, so that we can have the engagement more often. And social media engagement enhancement will also, counter misinformation and stereotype that may, spread across nations about India and Nepal relations. And this is especially relevant in the context of youth, because youth, as we know, as I am also in the Gen Z category, we consume the diplomacy, political development, among other things, majorly through digital and visual platforms rather than formal statements or newspaper or news websites. So I think social media engagement is one of the very important points to work on, and we have a lot more avenues to work on. And my next point is that we can also offer certificate courses, maybe online or offline, to help youth understand the foundation of our bilateral relationships, and how common our culture, civilization, and religious linkages are. And because we all know that this shared religious and civilizational sites remain central to public memory, and we need to utilize this aspect even more, and then we are already doing. And Nepali alumni in Indian university training institutes and scholarship programs can be organized into a more visible network. This is one of the least utilized aspect, in my opinion, because alumni are often among the strongest informal multiplier of people to people ties, and they carry lived experiences across generations as well as sectors. So engagement in this regard is very important. And my next point is that supporting the digital modernization through Indian expertise. As we know that during the visit of Nepal Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal to India, where India launched the UPI access expanded its access in Nepal, and deepen the interoperability of the unified payment interface across borders. And this is, I think, a right first step in this direction. And because the digitalization is the need of the present as well as future opportunities, this will signal a forward-looking partnership that can frame the relationship as modern as well as future-oriented. Last but not the least is that I believe we are not utilizing the borderland, the opportunities that we have as we share border with the country and open border. We should organize borderland youth forums, open border management course, because it is important to know the lived experiences and problem faced on daily basis by people living and trading across borders. Awareness program for them will definitely help in building trust and can reduce chances of illegal trafficking of goods and other substances, and that are harmful for both countries. Women Youth Forum especially are very important for promoting inclusive policy participation, and women can also come forward and share their perspective in policy making of both of their countries. So at last, I want to say that I propose all these measures because these are the things we are not inventing anything new, but we are just streamlining and rebranding these measures as per the current needs. And these measures directly target the largest and most dynamic segment of the society, which is youth. And this multi-layered agreement and engagement framework ensures that people-to-people ties and youth engagement goals are met with higher influence at grassroots level. So, and many of these are relatively low cost, high visibility steps, and very efficient tools of soft power and public diplomacy. So I think I've put forward all my points that I want to make, and have not crossed the time limit as well. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to the question and discussions further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pushpa. Very valuable measures, and I hope these will be acted upon. I just want to add one measure of my own, and that is, bringing the the IT startup ecosystem in the two countries together. And some steps have already been taken. But thank you very much. Uh, the next speaker is Mr. Bibek Dhoj Thapa. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, but I've read some of his excellent articles, so I look forward to his presentation today. Over to you, Mr. Thapa.
Respected Chair, thank you so much for the kind introduction, all the organizers and all the participants here. So last panel of the day, but definitely not the least. And it makes me very happy to see that the only two female speakers here are from our generation. So I would start by saying that I was in Delhi around June and the weather was very brutal that time. And it was my first time in India as well. But thanks to the people I met there and the conversations we had, the weather felt a bit more bearable. And after returning, I have been dedicating my time and effort to understanding and revitalizing Nepal-India relations. So my remarks will explain certain phenomena of our relation with recommendation as per the subject of discussion. So we all have discussed that Nepal has recently seen a youth-led Gen Z movement which toppled the roots of traditional parties. Now, India-Nepal relations, it is no longer about a generation where only the select few elites can engage and make decisions like in the past. So India and Nepal have always given pride to their age-old and civilizational relationship. And while we are discussing the factors of our relationship, most of the things brought in spotlight are always pointing towards history. I propose that we should now look more towards the future. And nearly 50 to 60% of both India and Nepal's populations are under the age of 35. So this relationship cannot move forward by disregarding this population. In the discussions we have today, every panel focused very much on youth engagement today. So it made me quite happy to see this happening as a phenomenon developing. And India has always sat in its comfort zone and it has always focused on engaging with the old elites. And it has very much, I would say, disregarded the youths. Now, I think India needs to change this behavior, and I think we are seeing it change as we move on because most of the Nepali youths today are fed up with the old elites, and we either make fun of them or we despise them. So, next point I would like to say is India has failed to check the pulse of Nepal in the past, which is why it could not predict the Gen Z movement. And for the first time in our history, in a political change, as Ambassador Ray rightly pointed out, there was no foreign intervention involved. And all of the political changes that happened before, it ended in some sort of Delhi agreement. But this movement was homegrown, and the Nepali people have ratified this movement by pushing out the old and celebrating the new after the March election. Nepal's younger generation is far more practical and solution oriented than previous generation. We have seen the previous generation that love to bash India, love to play China card and things like that. They're still looking at India as a post-colonial India, but today's India is different. It's a rising India, and it is looking to make its own stand with its strategies of multi-alignment and strategic autonomy. And rather than looking at this India as a threat, Nepal must look at it as an opportunity. And in return, India should equally respect Nepal's right to non-alignment, neutrality, and its own strategic autonomy. So what Gen Z expect from India is no longer a post-colonial mindset of a big brother, but a partner. So let me tell you what does Gen Z stand for globally. Indian Gen Zs, Nepali Gen Zs, Bangladeshi Gen Zs globally. So they stand for democracy, transparency, accountability from their governments, and equality for all human beings. We are more connected digitally, and issues can be globalized in a matter of taps in a few seconds. We are living in a time where virtual applications are rendering borders around the world to be virtual. When I think of Gen Z's way of thinking, a very old Indian commercial comes to my mind. It is that of the Idea mobile network. They were promoting fact checking things with internet and mobile phones, and they use this line. Idea internet job lagaएंगे no ullu बनाएंगे. So that is a very Gen Z thing, no? With the world in the palm of their hands with a mobile phone, you cannot ullu बनाएंगे a Gen Z. So globally, Gen Zs are toppling governments with their phones and social media. We are living witnesses of this. Tanuja will speak after me and me. We have seen this happen in Nepal. But when I was in Delhi, I was challenged by a few people. They pointed fingers at me. our generation and our generation's revolution. They said that social media cannot bring change. They implied what happened in Nepal is a fiasco, and they were so adamant, saying that that sort of thing can never happen in India, and the youth of India will never resort to that sort of thing. But at the same time, they almost had me convinced. But what I thought during that time was youth of India were really content, and whatever was happening in social media was just a facade. But the youths of India have proved me and all those people wrong. And I think largely the youth movement in India, what started with social media, has achieved what it has started to what it was started what it started to as to achieve. Puspa before me rightly mentioned about the impact of social media influencers and all that. She also mentioned about Nepali embassy in Delhi trying to bring all the Indian content creators and social media influencers to promote Nepali tourism in India. Now, let me explain why this is important. There is this young lady, a Nepali motor vlogger, Suraksha Kesi. I follow her a lot. On two occasions, she has impacted how I view India. There's this narrative in India that India is not safe for women. Now, many of you may say this is false, but the narrative is there and it's quite strong. So Suraksha is traveling to South India on one of her episodes on her bike. She is stopped on the road by some people. They are giving away stickers related to road safety and all that. And they're shocked to see a female motorbike rider traveling alone. They ask her where she is from, and she says Nepal, and adding heat to the fire. Now they are more shocked. And those people casually say, when you are going there, ye jagah pe mat rukna, don't stop at this location. If you really have to stop, go to this location and stop there. And she gets shocked and she asks why, and those people say it's not safe at that place, go to the other place that we have suggested. So regardless of the security issues, those people made an effort to make her reach her destination safely. So this can seriously change a person's perspective of India and shatter those narratives. Next, she recently went to Ladakh, and after she crossed the border, I saw this amazing highway on the way to Gorakhpur from the border of Nepal. I had no idea that roads coming to Nepal from India were this good. And after a few days, I read on the news that Gorakhpur Sunoli road is ready for use. So our generation, like Pushpa mentioned, is getting news from these type of contents rather than the traditional news. And in fact, these contents are faster than the traditional news media, I think. Next, I would like to point out that social media is in fact a double-edged sword too. And let me explain this by bringing in tourism. Tourism is one of the most significant factors tying people-to-people relations between India and Nepal today. Tourism has enabled our relations to spill over far away from the borders. It's not just in the border people-to-people relations, it's spilling over to the other ends of our borders as well. So Pushpa has already mentioned this thing about the Indian tourists arriving to Nepal. But this has not been a story of all sunshine and rainbows, and let me tell you why. Because first, we need to understand what Nepal understands when hearing the word tourist. You see, for a country like Nepal, tourists have always been someone with a very fat wallet who spend a lot of money from which local economies can benefit. This has been Nepal's tourism strategy since forever. When Nepali sees a foreigner, they will naturally think tourist. But when it comes to Indians, most of the Indians coming to Nepal are pilgrims. They are not tourists. So this distinction is not a common understanding in Nepal as it is in India. So it is not Indian tourists, but pilgrims coming in, entering Nepal. And if you look at the numbers recently published by the Ministry of Tourism, Muktinath alone registered for over 30,000 Indian visitors in a single day. Swargadwari had 10,000 visitors in a day. So when we look at these numbers, we get all excited saying, wow, more tourists. But we are missing that these arrivals are not a group of well-off or rich tourists. They come on pilgrims, and pilgrims are not wealthy. And I got to see this myself. Last May, I decided to ride my motorbike all the way up to the Kurla Pass. It's in the border between Nepal and China. And I chose to go on my motorbike because I wanted to understand the realities of what was happening on the ground. And on the way to the border, Muktinath is also located there. And I had the chance to meet and interact with all those tourists or pilgrims visiting Muktinath. Now, India is a far richer country than Nepal by all means. There is no doubt in that. But not all Indians are rich. And during my trip, I saw old people, little children coming in buses. They were having such a hard time, but I'm sure their faith in their God keep them going ahead. And I saw these people were having trouble paying, even paying for the permit to go into the conservation area. And some of them were in shock, saying you have to pay a fee. Because in contrast to India's approach of pilgrimage, it's completely different, right? There are charity institutions along the road, and for places on the routes along places going to Amritsar and other places, they have a network of dharamsalas. They guarantee pilgrims with food, water, and a safe roof over their head. And these pilgrims have to pay no money. Even if they have to pay money, it's very cheap. And in India, several state governments fund pilgrimage travel for senior citizens, and they could, in principle, extend that support to cross-border destinations like maybe Pasupatinath, Mutinath, Janakpur, and Lumbini. And such should be the case, because once again I resort to the old Indian saying, "Jiska kuch nahi hota aur koi nahi hota, uska bhagwan hota hai." So as of late, Indian pilgrims have also been facing a huge backlash on social media. Nepali social media has been flooded with contents on Indian people cooking and eating, bathing, and drying clothes on their vehicles all along the road and other things. Now, various groups in Nepal have been using this media to spread anti-Indian sentiments. The Nepali side has tried to make an effort in kindly accommodating these pilgrims, which so far includes a new code of conduct for visitors, plan to start building dharamsalas from this fiscal year, and an effort to catalog all the vegetarian hotels and restaurants along the route. But I think Indian dharamsala routes models can act as a solution, and India, whether through its state governments or party-affiliated wings like the BJP or large corporate houses such as Tata, has a real incentive to fund similar things in Nepal, because this shouldn't be seen as Indian sites by charity. It should be as a matter of national interest, and India needs to protect its national interest, because it adds to safety, dignity, and experience of India's own citizens traveling abroad. Now, I would like to say about the soft power aspect. I think I see a massive degradation of soft power on our relationship when it comes to youth, because India and Nepal have stopped working for the soft power aspect. We are placing too much and overemphasis on our special relations. At the same time, other countries have started to appease the youths, knowingly or unknowingly, and it has helped to develop into a source of soft power for their own end. Let me give you the example of Japan or Korea. So while India was busy with the classical dance, traditional music, and Bollywood, all this typically aimed at an older generation, Japan and Korea, knowingly or unknowingly, have developed a significant source of soft power among the Nepali youth with their K-pop and anime. It's a Nepali generation which might have difficulty understanding Hindi, but they can speak, sing, and even read Korean and Japanese. So India should maybe explore more avenues, maybe fund Bollywood and all these Amazon Prime and all these Netflix serials that they have been doing in order to promote, in order to make their soft power sources more appealing to the Nepali youths. And another thing, sports diplomacy has been brought out constant times in our sessions. So cricket is another factor that joins Nepali and Indian youths. There is an increasing fascination with cricket among the Nepali youths, and India has recently hosted the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, but it breaks my heart to see that there were no initiatives started from Indian or Nepali side to get more youths to go and see Cricket World Cup happening in India right now. And during his visit to Janakpur in 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced a grant of 1 billion Indian rupees for the stadium in Janakpur. But that project still remains in a state of limbo. And Ambassador Ray has rightly pointed out the importance of delivery. It's not just about committing to funds, it's also about delivery. So it has to see if like India has followed up on the commitment they have made, or Nepal has also delivered what it promised to deliver after receiving the support from the Indian side. And finally, what I would like to say regarding the aid aspect as well is India is in a dire need to rebrand its aid as well, because the cricket stadium I'm talking about, a lot of youths do not know that India has given so much money to Nepal to build a cricket stadium in Janakpur. While other countries are moving ahead with branding their aid, they keep big banners from head to toe in their projects. They keep flashy social media and post things like that. India is one of the biggest aid donors to Nepal, but most youths have no idea about what India is doing in Nepal. So I think there has to be work done in that aspect as well. So I would like to conclude by deferring to the remarks of my predecessors, because I'll end by saying that India and Nepal have a very special relationship, but we have stopped focusing on keeping it special. Now, your garden won't stay beautiful just by saying, look, we have such a beautiful garden, right? You need to work on it, nurture it, and only then it will stay beautiful. So I will end on that note. So thank you, Chair. I'll give the floor back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vivek. And I think, that is really a wake-up call for Indian policymakers, and also academics, to hear the voice of Gen Z and to have a frank assessment of where we are, where we are going wrong, and what we should be doing right in order to connect with the youth. So thank you very much. And now I turn to Tanuja Pandey. She's been very, very active in the Gen Z movement in Nepal, and is one of the most sort of frequently contacted Gen Z leader. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, Tanuja, and we look forward to hearing your views. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. It's lovely to see you. First of all, thank you so much, Nis, for having me. All the former speakers has mentioned about a lot of soft power engagement. I have one serious question, and I would like to agree on Vivek on that. There's a popular saying when it comes to relationship in general, that when you feel too comfortable with each other, you start taking each other for granted. So to keep the relationship alive, there should be constant efforts. So I think this is what happening between India and Nepal relationship, because like all of the former speaker has mentioned, that we have a historical relationship, we have a relationship that was built on civilization, culture, people, but our relationship is so old, so deep. Why is the mistrust growing, and what is causing us to support each other or trusting each other like we used to do before? I'm saying this because we are in the critical part of political history, where not just Nepal or Bangladesh, even India is facing a political uncertainties. So all the South Asia as a whole is in that phase where all the countries are facing the political instabilities, and there's a lot of uncertainties. So with this, I feel like India has a greater responsibility, as India is a growing economy and is one of the fourth largest economy in the world, and with the greatest power and power, it comes the greatest responsibility. Having said so, again, going back to the history, South Asia I feel like South Asia has never seen the instability like this before, the post-colonial movement. And now again, I was actually scared when I saw the Jainji movement happening in India, and because I kind of recalled what happened in Nepal last year, and I was scared if similar fates happen in India, it will not just affect India itself, but it will affect the entire South Asia as a whole. And like I said, the greater influence comes with the greater responsibility, and also the fact that India says the border with almost all the South Asian countries. It somehow becomes the leader of South Asia, whether we like it or not. So India's growing economy, India's excess in technology, India's excess in technological capacity, and also global influence, I think India must come forward and try to rebuild and regain the trust with its neighbor. That is the first things that should be addressed. And I also like to acknowledge that respecting sovereignty while recognizing our interdependence must be the core of our future journey as a whole, and also the fact that India has, in last decades, India is losing trust with its neighbors. I see a lot of people, like Vivek mentioned before, I see a lot of people, spreading hates, also Nepali people spreading hates and having awful comments toward Indian people, and Indian people doing the same towards Nepali people. And social media has been full of hates these days when it comes to Nepal-India relationship. And it is a high time we should rethink and try to acknowledge where the actual problem lies. After a lot of border disputes that is happening in recent, it has always been there, but it has been surfaced recently, and a lot of people are losing trust with its neighbor is something that really concerns me. And having said so, I would also like to acknowledge that you have the border issues with your neighbor because you are connected, but it must be addressed through open dialogue. If Nepal and India has failed to do so, and I also feel like Nepal, at the same time, Nepal is not being responsible when it comes toward goodwill, trust, and understanding its neighbor. So our first priority should be rebuilding the trust through the open dialogue. Besides that, I agree with all the former speakers. They have mentioned about making the youth center of the both countries' foreign policy, and making youth a driver for the change. I acknowledge Pallaviji's statement regarding the climate change. We all know that India has invested a lot in Nepal's hydropower sector. However, a lot of recent climate events are affecting the hydropowers, and it is impacting the India's investment itself. So India's avoiding the platforms such as Sagarmatha Sambad was quite disappointing to see as a Nepali youth, because climate change is affecting both of our country, and we are failing to acknowledge the real crisis that hampers our relationship. And also, another things that I would like to add upon is that the employment, a lot of Nepali youth, they leave to India for the employment opportunity, and neither Nepal nor India address that low wage workers and about their security. Even this employment connection can be another major points for Nepal and India to further expand or rebuild the trust. Right now, I feel like the major crisis that Nepal and India is seeing is the deficit of the trust, and to regain that deficit, to regain that trust, we should engage in more dialogue. And India, India should get rid of the big brother syndrome and expand for partnership and collaboration. Like I said before, India's stability is one of the most priority for whole South Asia as a whole. And we as a Nepali or as a South Asian, we genuinely respect India and India, and we genuinely believe that India's prosperity should be there. But at the same time, when you ignore the bilateral dialogue with neighboring countries, and when you ignore the issues that are actually causing the problem, the only superficial elements will not bring back the relationship that we used to have before. So I feel like 21st century can become, in 21st century can become the century of South Asia, and India can be a leader of it. However, it depends on whether we choose collaboration or not, we choose dialogue or not, we choose partnership or not. Lastly, as a Nepali youth, as I mentioned before, I sincerely wish India the best, and the stability of India matters for the stability of Nepal. Even for that reason, Nepal and India, both the country must open up for more open dialogue than just, having blaming each other, talking about each other, but not talking with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanuja. I think that was very useful perspective from Gen Z. And I think the takeaway for us is that we really need to work on the relationship, nurture the relationship, not take it for granted. Where there is mistrust, build more understanding and trust. And as Dr. Singhai said, where there is inherited trust, we institutionalize that trust. And differences should not be allowed to develop into sort of cancerous shores, and so negotiations should begin. So all very valid points. I don't think I really need to summarize this discussion. It's been an excellent discussion and a lot of food for thought. And I really want to sincerely thank all the four panelists. Thank you very much for participating in this
Ambassador
session.
Ranjit Ray, sorry to
yeah.
I'm Chetan here. Sorry to intervene. With your permission, can I respond to one question that is there on the chat?
Yep. Please go ahead. Yes, please.
Yes, just quick response on the
Okay,
Eurocentrism.
just mention the question also, please.
Yeah, this is by Pankaj Yadav. How India and Nepal can collaborate for being educational hub on this changing context, hegemonized by Eurocentric lenses. So, because I also mentioned about the point of transnationalization of education. So I think, what's his name? Yeah, Mr. Pankaj Yadav. The idea here is we should not see that the problem is not essentially the presence of European thought. It is its presentation as universal or exclusive source of theory, right? That is first part. But epistemic plurality is something which we have now started to look into. And as I mentioned, the national education policy in India accounts for indigenous knowledge system as the basis on which the curriculum needs to be revisited, and also account for our indigenous knowledge system that already predates and exists with us, but also responding to Mr. Vivek. See, we're not looking merely at civilizational values from the perspective of, sourcing that sort of factual interpretations that we could think of, but how do we then apply to the 21st century needs, the basic concepts? Like, for instance, to responding to Pankaj again and partly to Vivek, see, we should read Machiavelli, but we should not depend only on Machiavelli. We should read Kautilya, Arthashastra also, to understand the basic essence or the concepts of understanding state, because state continues to be a unit of engagement, for instance. So, and hence we should also appreciate Buddhist political ethics alongside Western moral philosophy. The choice should be there for the learner to engage with them. That's the essence that I wanted to share. Thank you, Mr. Ranjit Ray, for allowing me to intervene. But that was my quick response to that question.
Yeah, thank you. And now over to I guess Ashok or Pramod, I think, for the closing session. Thank you.
Vivek, please take over.
Thank you, sir. I think we have Saurabh is back. Saurabh, do you want to take over, or should I take it forward?
So please continue, Vivek.
Okay, so thank you so much for everyone joining us till this late hour. I think we've done a good job. I think that is for you guys to say. We've tried to do this in a very short notice and in a form of virtually. So maybe going forward, maybe we can do this in some physical manner as well in the future, if possible. So with that, I think I will take the conversation forward with the closing remarks of the session. We are already out of time. So I would like to request the research director of NICE, Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, to say a few words as his closing remarks, sir.
Thank you, Vivek. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of today's webinar, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, experts, participants, and guests for making this event really meaningful and intellectually enriching discussion. Today's deliberation has clearly demonstrated that India-Nepal relations are not merely about geography or history. They are deep-rooted. There are civilizational bonds. There are shared democratic values, close people-to-people ties, and the common aspiration of peace, stability, and prosperity. Throughout the session, we heard insightful perspectives on both the opportunities and challenges that are being faced by the two countries. The discussion was thoughtful, candid, and forward-looking, reflecting on the importance of continuous dialogue between our academic and policy communities. I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of International Relations at Chanakya University, Bangalore, for partnering with us in organizing this important seminar. We deeply value this collaboration and hope to make this as a beginning for a long-term institutional partnership between our two organizations. I strongly believe that our engagement should not end with today's event. Rather, this seminar should serve as a foundation for regular academic exchange, joint research, policy dialogue, faculty interactions, and collaborative publications. While Nepal-India relation will naturally remain an important area of cooperation, there are many other issues of mutual interest that deserves our collective attention, like regional connectivity, economic cooperation, emerging technologies, climate change, regional security, Indo-Pacific issues, and broader development in South Asia and beyond. In an increasingly interconnected and rapidly changing world, sustained dialogue among scholars and think tanks is very, very important. Such interaction would help generate new ideas, foster mutual cooperation, and contribute to informed policymaking. I'm confident that today we will build a vibrant platform for continued intellectual engagement that benefit both our institutions and the two countries. Finally, I once again thank all the speakers, participants, our organizing team, and everyone who contributed to the success of this seminar. A special thank goes to all our chair and moderators. Very active participation has made today's discussion very fruitful and memorable. I wish all my friends from Chanakya University a pleasant time, and we also like to request them to contribute articles for our website whenever they are free. We also offer internship facilities, which is also virtual in nature. So please do apply. This session will also be uploaded on our YouTube channel. So please do visit our website, YouTube, and get benefited from those discussions. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Ambassador Ashok K. Kanta, sir, the Chair Professor of Subhash Chandra Bose Chair of IIS, Chanakya University. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Vivek. Tanuja has raised her hand. Would she like to say something before I come in?
There was a question dedicated toward me regarding border dispute. So I replied it in the comment section. Again, like I said before, border disputes happen between the neighbors. It's all the legacy of past leaders of both countries. They have failed to solve it. So it has left irritation among the people, and the irritation is valid for people of both countries. However, we must also, solve the issues by negotiation based on historical documents, not in the street. So it should be done quietly in the table. That's why the Prime Minister of both countries have authorized foreign secretaries to solve the issues, to meet and to talk and have negotiation in it. So we must let the team do the job.
Thank you, Tanuja. Well, we have been over 4 hours into this conversation. Most fruitful, most engaging conversation. I'll not try to summarize it. That would be both impossible and beside the point. What I want to do instead is what I promised at the outset. Pull out 2 or 3 propositions that are implementable and say a word about where we go from here. The first takeaway that comes to my mind is about who this relationship is actually for and how to keep it special. I believe during past 4 hours plus, the wisest words came from our Gen Z speakers, including what Tanuja just mentioned about how to handle border issue between India and Nepal, I think that's the best approach. Let the negotiator deal with it, not let this become a problem we try to resolve on streets. Let it not affect the quality of relationship. Vivek talked about the beautiful garden, and you don't keep the garden beautiful by just saying it's a beautiful garden. You need to tend to that garden. Likewise, you tend to special relationship that we have between Nepal and India. And Tanuja said that you don't take that relationship for granted. That's absolutely correct. We need to rebuild trust, especially, when it comes to the younger generation, with open dialogue, by making the youth the driver of change in our bilateral engagements. And I think the People panel made a point that should unsettle a comfortable assumption in both capitals, that the ties of history and kinship we so often invoke can be assumed to carry the same weight for a generation that has other options. Going by what we heard today and what we heard earlier, that's not the case. Vivek referred to massive degradation of soft power connect between Nepal and India, need for us to look towards the future and not look backwards. If this partnership is to mean something for Nepal's and India's youth in a decade, it will be because we gave them something concrete, something tangible. We invested in what Chetan referred to, developing high quality educational corridor between our two countries, in digital connectivity, in mobility, in opportunity for youth of both countries, in a technological connect, in ensuring that startup universes of both India and Nepal can come together. I think this is where, what Professor Chetan Sengai proposed, shifting to knowledge diplomacy. I think this is what our youth expects. And not telling them a good story about roti beti ka rishta. Not that that's not important. That's important. But perhaps for our youth, as someone who is past 70, it's a little presumptuous for me to mind read a youth, but perhaps that's what they want. The second takeaway is a little more sort of mundane. And that is a single most concrete, bankable proposition that emerges out of today's deliberations is that something we have been talking about for a very long time. And one area where we are beginning to see some progress, and that is hydropower. Not just by way of generation of hydropower in Nepal, and we need that. This is not something we do any favor to Nepal by buying power from that country. Equally important, what we have developed, we are developing this trilateral arrangement involving Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, and developing that into a standing regional power market. Something we have been working on at our chair, but something that we would like to take forward with help of colleagues like Govind Kari in Nepal. They know so much more about this topic than we do. Everything that we discussed this afternoon, economic track, non-tariff barriers, land port transit, private investment, they all matter. But what we need is, some early, uh, harvest on something we have been talking about for a long time. And this, again, power sector is one area. My third takeaway is about method and not subject. Several of today's speakers from both sides return to a version of the same point, that trust between India and Nepal is rebuilt less by grand gestures than by sustained low-key cross-spectrum engagement with political actors across the spectrum, and this involves, investing in relationships between young leaders of two countries. Someone referred to how earlier, our politicians could connect to each other in a pretty seamless and formal manner, and how that's becoming more difficult now. And need to address some of the more complex issues, whether it be 1950 treaty or the border, through quiet diplomacy rather than public conditionality. In that same spirit, replacing the episodic bottlenecks that still plague our trade and transit arrangements with steps like deployment of technology, for instance, which will reduce transaction cost for Nepal. Whole lot of things are possible. Whole lot of things are doable. On the road ahead, I want to propose three things, all of them very modest, and all of them, I believe, achievable. First, I'll suggest for consideration of colleagues from NICE Nepal that we can perhaps develop a joint policy brief drawing directly on today's discussions, prioritizing 2 or 3 propositions that can show visible results within the next year or two. And here, let me, clarify immediately. I don't have in mind, some weighty, very weighty projects and ideas being developed. In fact, let's keep it simple and let's draw on wisdom of our youth once again, our Gen Z delegation, what they would like to see, are doing at this point of time. Second is that, as Dr. Pramod Jaiswal rightly mentioned, this seminar should not be a one-off event. So we should explore a continuing track 2 dialogue in which our 2 institutions can play a key role, but also involve other institutions. We can meet at least annually, we can meet virtually, or we can meet in person. Vivek suggested that an in-person meeting will have its own unique value. If that's the case, then we at Chanakya University will be happy to host the first such meeting. My third and last point about looking ahead by way of follow-up action. For those interested in taking any of today's threads further in writing, let me mention that just last week we have launched a call for papers on 29 July for the Indian Journal of Neighborhood Studies. This is going to be peer-reviewed quarterly academic journal, not just for Indian scholars and practitioners, but equally for those from our neighbors. So I'll strongly encourage friends from Nepal to take a look at the call for papers. We'll send copy to NICE Nepal with the request to circulate, and I'll be very happy to see today's exchange find its way into the journal's early issues in whatever form. It doesn't have to be research, papers alone. It can be shorter policy commentary. It can be, there are different, sections available in the journal But none of this will be a substitute for what actually needs to happen between the two governments. But let's not wait for that. We have been reminded repeatedly that there is a gap between declaration and delivery. I think the governments need to do a better job of that. But I will not, give you a long list of warmer but emptier thoughts. So I have mentioned these follow-up propositions, three follow-up propositions, which I believe is highly doable. We'll be prepared to work with you on that. Let me conclude by thanking Nice Nepal for co-hosting today's seminar, which I believe was very special, if I may use that term. Thank every speaker who gave us their time and their candor this afternoon. And to all of you who stayed the full 4 hours and plus in the room and online. So thank you very much from my side. I'd conclude here. Back to you, Vivek.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to thank all our friends who helped us in the organizing of this event from Chanakya University and from NICE. And before we part ways, I would like to say that you can find us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube as well. NICE has an Instagram page as well. And after the completion of this session, we are planning to upload each of these sessions in our YouTube channel as well. So you can find all the sessions in case anybody missed this session. We find it very valuable to upload these kind of things in our YouTube videos as well. So with that, I think we have come to the end of the session. So sir, thank you so much. And until next time.